Hello, good morning. Welcome to this third day of the Life Info Days for 2025. My name is Vinicius Valente. I'm a project advisor here at the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, and it's my pleasure to welcome you today to this third day of the Life Info Days. We have a very exciting program for you ahead of us, which I would like to very quickly introduce to you. So here for the 15th of May, we're going to start the session with the sub-program, so life sub-program for the Clean Energy Transition, or CET in short. This is the session happening right now from 9 to the 11:10 or shortly after 10. And then the program will continue with our colleagues covering the strategic projects, the PLP call, and the technical assistance replication call. But for today, really would like to invite you to dive in for this morning in the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. And now we're going to zoom in the next slides for the agenda this morning until the coffee break. So we're starting right now with this short introduction, and very shortly, I'm going to give the words to our head of unit, Mr. Hans Hein, for some welcoming words. Hans will be followed by Pierluca Merola, a policy officer from DG Energy, who kindly accepted the invitation to join us today to give you the policy update behind the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. Then we're going to have two tandems presentations. The first one, it's going to cover the overall introduction of specifically the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. This will be done by our heads of sector here in CINEA, Annette Jan and Maria Laguna. And the second tandem presentation is going to give you all you need to know on how to write an excellent proposal with the specific focus on the CET program. And this presentation will be done by our colleagues here in CINEA as well, Zoe Wildiers and Ulrike Nuscheler, both program coordination managers in CINEA. We're gonna finish the session with a quick Q&A session on Slido, and then I'm gonna, before we break to the in the coffee break, and we'll continue with the other parts of the program today, I'm gonna explain to you a new element as we're having this year for the CET agenda, which is the topic presentations. This year, as my colleagues are going to introduce in a very brief moment, the Life CET has 12 topics, and on top of the live presentations that you're going to hear in a moment, we also prepared for you specific videos under each topic, which we would welcome you to follow after the session. I'm going to explain to you at the end, before the break, how to access these videos, so please stay with us until the end. And then in the next slide, just before I give the words to Hans, there was a previous slide on how to access Slido. So we are using Slido this year again to collect questions. The hashtag is EULife25, and you can access this on slido.com. And please go there directly using the hashtag EULife25, and we'll be collecting questions that will be addressed to you during the Q&A session. So without further ado, I'm going to give the word to Hans for the welcome words. So Hans, please join me in this digital stage, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vinicius, for opening this session. Also from my side, a very, very warm welcome to all of you for the third day of the Life 2025 Call Info Days. I hope you will have a very interesting and exciting day today. I am the head of units, as Vinicius already explained, of CINEA, of the LIFE program, and specifically of the energy and climate sub-programs of the LIFE program. As I explained already at the opening of the Life Info Days on Tuesday, LIFE is the only program and the only funding program in the EU that is dedicated entirely to the environment, nature conservation, and climate action. Today, or this morning, we will in particular dive into one of the sub-programs of the LIFE program, the LIFE Clean Energy sub-program. and that is dedicated to really make a significant contribution to the implementation of our energy policies, and in particular also help achieving the energy targets of the European Union. And my colleague Pierluca Merola will shortly dive in and explain to you the policy context in which we are operating today. What this program is really doing is trying to bring policy or put policy into practice, but also, and that's very important for our project, to provide policy feedback. For this, the Life Clean Energy Transition sub-program has a budget of 1 billion euros for the current financial perspective, that is from 2021 to 2027, to support innovative action. That is quite a significant sub-program of LIFE. Just to give you an idea of how important and how much funding we provide through this sub-program, we have funded last year about more than 50 projects, reaching 450 beneficiaries across Europe and beyond. These projects are about to start, and what we're looking for really is that these projects provide, and that's different from the other sub-programs of LIFE, a strong cross-fertilization across the EU and a strong level of experience sharing between partners and EU member states. For this year, the call 2025, this sub-program has over 90 million, exactly 91.4 million euros as an indicative budget. The call opened on the 24th of April, and the submission deadline is the 23rd of September. So I emphasize this because it gives you sufficient time to carefully listen to all the information that is being shared today on this sub-program, and to develop and identify your partners and collaborators in this project. So do use that time well. As I explained already on Monday, the LIFE SET sub-program will have 12 topics open this year. They are grouped in 5 thematic clusters, and they are all crucial in supporting the energy transition. My colleagues will explain to you in more detail these sub-programs and the objectives of these sub-programs, but you will also, after this session, have detailed videos for each of these topics that you should please do watch in detail. What we expect from your proposals is really that they are clearly supporting our energy policy framework, that they look at rolling out new technologies, suggest new services and business models, new ways of attracting private finance, which is, I think, very, very important for the future, and but also mobilizing local and regional investments. We also support consumers, in particular through energy communities, but also looking at how to address energy poverty. And what we are really looking for is not just good and excellent implementation of projects, but innovative solutions that can be rolled out more broadly. So in sum, what this LIFE SET sub-program is about, it is a program that looks at developing and sharing best practices, improving skills across the sector among all stakeholders, remove very critically key market barriers to the clean energy transition, and empower stakeholders to really implement our policies at the local level. So more infos will be shared during the day. I encourage all of you who are interested in this sub-program to submit your applications. We really look forward to receiving a lot of great new ideas for a new generation of clean energy transition projects, and that you all become part of this community. So I hope you have a fruitful event today, and I'll pass back to Vinicius for the next agenda. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hans. Indeed, I can only emphasize what Hans said. We're really looking forward to have your ideas on how to implement the clean energy transition agenda. And in order to do so, we need a dedicated policy update, and then it's my cue to give the word to Pierluca, who kindly agreed to give us this policy update behind the LIFE Clean Energy Transition Program today. So Pierluca, thanks very much for joining us this morning, and I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Vinicius. Welcome to everybody. I mean, I'm very happy to be here for the fifth. This is the fifth time we have these info days under the LIFE Clean Energy Transition program. I am the policy officer in DGNR in charge of the program, in charge of the LIFE set coordination. And so it's great to thank you for all of you that are joining online to indeed watch these info days. So from my side, I indeed wanted to bring you through a policy update, as we traditionally do, to explain a bit how the policy development and the political priorities of the European Commission influence the call topics that we put forward for application under the calls, as you know very well. And also this is an important here because it's the first call, the call 2025 is the first call under the new European Commission mandate, the mandate 24/29. So let's start indeed. I mean, if we can move to the next slide, I will bring you through a number of updates. I will not go into full details, but I will try to pinpoint here and there why they're relevant for the call topics, for the activity under LIFE set, also to give you some hint on our expectations. So as you know very well, we are in a new under a new commission, still headed by President Ursula von der Leyen, but with a different European Parliament, with a different European legislation and mandate. As with regard to our context, you know very well that the high-level political priority has been put on sustainable prosperity and competitiveness, which build on the European Green Deal agenda and the decarbonization agenda. So is a clear addition to that. Next to it, you know very clearly the security challenges that Europe is facing and the security concern, which of course have a stronger overall impact on the definition of the high-level priorities of the European Commission, and that of course then trickle down in our different activities. With regard to energy, there is a strong focus, of course, on clean and efficient energy for Europe, but also on affordability. As you know very well, this is a key concern for European citizens and enterprises. So it is a key area where new policy initiatives are looking at. We have a new commissioner for energy as part of the commissioner, the overall college of commissioner, the Commissioner Dan Jorgensen, who has already started to work and shape the political priorities for energies. Here to underline that, of course, there will be new initiative, but this new initiative will aim at implementing and complementing the key legislative, the very robust legislative revision that came with the European Green Deal under the previous mandate. You know very well that there was the negotiation of the over the Fit for 55 package that for us in the G means specifically on the Energy Efficiency Directive, on the Energy Performance of Building Directive, and on the Renewable Energy Directive, and the establishment of the key 2030 targets. And these negotiations, of course, are concluded. The final texts are adopted, but the transposition by member state is ongoing in 2025 and 2026. And after that, after the transposition, there will be also the important work on implementation. And on implementation is really where the LifeSet program intervened to support implementation on the ground, to identify efficient solution to support policy implementation, and to act as this cross-fertilizer of ideas across border, involving many different stakeholders, geographical terms, but also across sectors. If we can move to the next slide. This is a bit the setup that I wanted to give you, but here I want to narrow down in on, let's say, the umbrella priority that is relevant for energy for us, and is the clean industrial deal that is important to underline. This is a joint roadmap for both competitiveness and decarbonization. These are the two key priorities, with indeed the decarbonization that remain the high level priority. If we can move to the next slide. Of course, not all of the both for the clean industrial deal, but also for the affordable energy action plan, I will underline some few key aspects, because of course the LifeCT sub-program can contribute. Although we are very ambitious with our goal and our reach, we can contribute only to a few elements. We are not able to deliver on each and every priority. To underline a bit the clean industrial deal, this is really look at European industry competitiveness and at industrial decarbonization, and at providing as well to Europe at all, beyond industry, the clean energy technologies and solutions that are needed to be developed, including services, in order to achieve our decarbonization objective. If we can move to the next slide. There are core business driver of the clean industrial deal. Will not go in the full detail, but just to recall that access to affordable energy is the key priority. Follow up by lead market on clean supply and demand of component demand, and of technologies and services. The other focus are very much on financing. Of course, is a key area, on skills, where the LifeCT sub-program works as well, and also with regard to international cooperation and global markets, which are a little bit outside our scope of intervention. If we can move to the next slide. So within the clean industrial deal that was adopted in the end of February, together with it, the Commission put forward a dedicated communication on an action plan for affordable energy. This is really the roadmap for let's say the energy priorities within the clean industrial deal, and is based on 4 pillars and 8 actions. Here, the main, the biggest pillar is, of course, the first one, focusing on lowering energy costs that are both energy prices, but also make more efficient the cost of the energy transition in a certain way. So developing those efficient solutions that make it easier, simpler, more cost effective to deploy energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements. Within that, there are different four actions. I will not go through all of them, but just to recall indeed that energy efficiency and delivering energy saving are a key element here, also to reduce the overall, both contributing to lowering the energy bills, but also reducing the overall cost of the clean energy technologies that we need to deploy. Here, there is also an important aspect, of course, on the engagement with consumer and citizen on the energy system. how they can be more active, how they can be empowered within the energy system. We know about the role of renewable energy community they can play in this framework, and this is also an area we address. There is another important aspect of the affordable energy action plan that is related to let's say the gaps that are identified that will need to be filled in with the new policy initiative, and one of them that is expected in 2026 is the heating and cooling strategy. Heating and cooling somehow, while it's central to the energy transition, fall a bit between policy segment and policy area, and is an area where there will be indeed additional initiative, including on the topic of waste heat and waste heat recovery for heating a purpose, also the circularity and, let's say, exploiting the synergies between industrial production, industrial site, heat loss, and clean heating and district heating. I will now move to the next slide, and also mindful of the time, to let you know here I wanted to focus mostly on the pillar 1 of this of the Affordable Energy Action Plan, to recall indeed some element that I already mentioned, but indeed the focus on energy efficiency market, the need to develop and to leverage the energy efficiency business case. So like the contribution that energy savings in terms of cost savings can have to facilitate investment in energy efficiency and to make it energy efficiency more attractive from both a decarbonization, energy security, and a competitiveness dimension, but also give me the possibility to underline the strong focus, as you know, on the grids, on the modernization of the grids network, which is strictly interrelated with the deployment of on-site renewable and decentralized renewable energy production, but also smart energy system that needs to communicate with the grid in our building, in our enterprises, and on one side there is a need to update the grids, on the other side to increase communication and integration in the energy system. If we can move to the next slide. Here is indeed an anticipation regarding the new initiative that they will come. I told you about the heating and cooling strategy, also of relevance for the Live City LiveSet sub-program is of course also the roadmap on digitalization and artificial intelligence for the energy system. As said, there are many opportunities and potential here in how to leverage smart energy services, how to leverage digitalization. This is an area that that we have addressed in the past. It's not specifically, is across, let's say, different calls, right, in the call 2025, but is also important for the future. And then, of course, the clean energy investment strategy, where, as you know, one of the key priority and one of the key action where the program is intervening is really on the development of innovative financing scheme and investment mobilization at local level, but also at in terms of at higher governance level. If we can move to the next slide. I wanted to just recall, I mean, this is something probably you all know by heart, but indeed, as I say in the beginning, there are the new initiative that will build on implementation of the European Green Deal and the approved legislation. So it's also important a bit for us to recall where we are with that. As you know, there are 3 key legislative texts for the clean energy transition. When it comes to the energy efficiency directive, one of the key aspects, without recalling the different provision, etc., but one of the key aspects I want to underline is that transposition by member states is expected by October 2025. And that this needs, of course, there are a number of provisions that will need then to be mandated, implemented on the ground by regional actor, local actor, private actors. And this is really where the sub-program intervenes as well in helping and supporting the policy implementation. A couple of elements I think important to recall is clearly beside the target, the key role that is assigned to the public sector in terms of with a dedicated and increased target in terms of reducing energy consumption and renovation of public buildings, but also the pathway for the transition of the district heating and cooling system that is accompanied with this updated definition of the energy efficiency district heating and cooling system. And as well, the role of the local heating and cooling plan, which is a new instrument that is introduced that is required to municipality. Last point, maybe to underline indeed on the ED, but is also relevant across the board, is the focus on generating energy saving for the benefit of citizen and consumer, and most importantly, vulnerable citizen. And in order to address the issue of energy poverty, we have, let's say, as sub-just transition targets requiring indeed that this saving goes to benefit situation where energy poverty and is the most where we have cases of energy poverty that needs to be addressed. If we can move to the next slide, with regard to the Renewable Energy Directive, this the transposition deadline is by November 2025, but there are a number of provisions on permitting specifically that have been front-loaded, that are being transposed as we speak, and that represent a key priority for the deployment of renewable energy. This is really have been put in all the communication as a key area of intervention. And here, the Live Cities sub-program this year is providing specific dedicated support to facilitate the work on identification of renewable acceleration area, and in general permitting process and procedure in the different member state by the different authority responsible. There are relevant governance, let's say, there is a relevant governance dimension between the national actors, the regional actors, depending on the constitutional aspect of the different member state here. And here is really one area, as you have seen in the call topics that we address. The other important element I wanted to stress is, of course, that how within the Renewable Energy Directive, there are some, let's say, sectorial targets that identify the potential in given areas. And here again, there is a strong focus on heating and cooling with an annual target for increasing renewable energy in heating and cooling, but also on building as well, as these are areas where it's considered that there are on a certain way more low-hanging fruits still to address, and where intervention need to speed up. If we can move to the next slide, the last part element I wanted to recall is, of course, the Energy Performance of Building Directive. In this case, the directive was adopted in April 2024, and the transposition deadline is in May 2026. There are a number of very important provision in relation to buildings, and as you know, our sub-program have a very strong elements addressing the implementation, the energy performance of building, the implementation of the VBD. We have a dedicated topic on making energy renovation faster and deeper. And more affordable, and here I wanted to stress, of course, probably you know very much the important, let's say, provision on minimum energy performance standards, which are minimum energy performance standards for the non-residential building stock, and the renovation trajectory for the residential part, and where there is really the need to boost the energy renovation rates. These to be achieved by multiple tools. There is a strong focus both in the ED and the PBD on the role of one-stop shop and advisory services to engage with consumer to support the implementation of energy renovation, and we continue to support this area with an important topic. and also on making financing easier, more attractive for private financing, easier and more attractive for citizen and enterprise to renovate their building. If we can move to the next slide, I will conclude probably indeed with financing, that I think is as I said in the beginning, this is really one of the key priority of intervention from the Life Cities sub-program. The overall objective that we have is indeed to mobilize the investment pipeline to make it easier to implement and finance energy transition measures, energy efficiency and on-site renewable measures. And the reason why we do that is because the challenge we have to deliver on our climate and energy target is really a challenge of mobilization of both of engagement with citizens, of mobilization, mobilizing them, and of mobilization of private investment. What we wanted to underline here is, on one side, the role of private financing and deployment of financial instrument, and the need to work with financial actors. And we have a topic dedicated to innovative financing, but we have also the very important topic on project development assistance. And on the other side, indeed, when we speak about technical assistance, technical support, the role that one-stop shop play on the ground in mobilizing this investment pipeline is assisting in assisting homeowner and citizen in developing in developing their investment. I will stop here, and I hope I'm in time, and I will remain here for the whole duration of the info day, so I will be able to reply any question later on. Thank you very much all for listening in, and thank you, Vinicius. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Pierluca. Fantastic, very clear, and yes, very much on time. We're actually ahead of time, so thank you for that as well. I would, just before giving the word to the next speakers, remind participants that we are taking questions on Pierluca's presentation and also on the next presentations on Slido. So again, if you have any questions to us, please go to slido.com and use the hashtag EULife25, and we'll be selecting the questions and asking the speakers together during the Q&A session at the end of this session. So without further, so now we know the policy overview behind the Life Clean Energy Transition Program, and now it's time to get an introduction on and hear what the program is actually about. And with that, we're going to have our first set of tandem presentations with our heads of sector here in CINEA, Annette Jan and Maria Laguna. So Annette, as I understand that you are speaking first, so I invite you to join me in this digital stage. And yes, I give the floor over to you. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning from my side. A very warm welcome to this introduction to the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. Really my pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much, Vinicius, for the kind introductory words. So basically, really quite immediately following on the policy presentation of Pierluca, here on the next slide, this is basically really a photography in a nutshell on the merit and the mission of the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. It's really DG Energy's key funding program to facilitate the market demand for energy, the clean energy transition technologies, clean energy transition services. The mission statement is that it really aims at breaking breaking market barriers, regulatory barriers, governance barriers that still today hamper the transition to sustainable energy, and in that, responding immediately and with forceful support to the policy priorities which were just outlined earlier. Here on the picture, you can see basically the key priorities which were articulated, obviously the Fit for 55 package with the directives which were presented, the Renewable Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Performance of Buildings Directive, but of course also the umbrella of overarching policy initiatives like the recent Clean Industrial Deal, and which is hosting the Affordable Energy Action Plan. And the role of the program here on the picture, you can also see the key segments and key sectors in which the program operates. Really, to summarize, the role is really to mobilize investment, in particular through technical assistance facilities for project developers or renovation one-stop shops or setting up innovative financing schemes. The role is accelerating the market uptake of clean energy transition technology and services, at the same time boosting professional skills, boosting the skills of manufacturers in key segments for the energy transition, such as heating and cooling, building renovation, or industry. Very central to the program is involving and empowering citizens in the clean energy transition, like, for example, renewable energy communities, or through just transition actions addressing, in particular, vulnerable households and tackling energy poverty. Horizontally, overarching on all to that is really the program's aim to create an enabling policy framework. So that articulates really in policy support actions to support the policy implementation really at all levels. And that all levels can navigate from addressing key national stakeholders to offer them technical assistance to implement the very legislative pieces which were outlined earlier, but also up to the capacity building for our European cities and regional administration, which are at the forefront of the energy transition. The important features, really, of the backbone of the program, really 3 points for you to take away: a strong policy implementation notion of the program. The second is really a large geographical reach. Here, our project teams, they really have an outreach across the EU, covering a wide range of countries and regions. And thirdly, there is a significant emphasis on supporting innovative solutions and the replication, the uptake of successful projects in order to maximize the impact of the program. Now, if you move to the second slide, thank you very much. Here, it offers really a quick snapshot for you on the results of the call 24. So basically, 1 year ago, if future beneficiaries have listened to this introduction, have listened also to our very specific topic presentations, which were already promoted a bit in the introduction, and that we would really encourage you to listen in. Here you can see the successful applicants, which articulate in that call into around 50 projects, which are addressing 32 countries and which are engaging with around 450 beneficiaries alongside the key energy sectors that the program is operating in and supporting. And here really you can see the weight of the different areas and which are showing you the way that the program responds really to the policy priorities which were outlined, but which are also the policy priorities which we know are very much close to the agendas of our stakeholders which are engaging in the program. Now, moving to the next slide. Here you can see the clean energy transition intervention areas. For those of you who are avid readers of the multi-annual work program, really this is the umbrella intervention areas which are set for multiple years, in this case for 3 years, and which basically give the direction for the funding areas in which the program Life Clean Energy Transition can be active in over time and evolving with a lot of agility from year to year through our call to the latest policy agenda and the latest articulation of needs from our stakeholders. Here you can see the 5 intervention areas that this document or this work program is articulated in. For today, we have clustered those intervention areas into 6 meaningful groups in which really show you the 12 funding topics, which were already mentioned, the 12 funding topics which offer the clean energy transition opportunities for you for this year. So moving to the next slide, here we really see the first group of those 12 funding topics, and we will talk you through in a very short helicopter view, if you like, through those funding topics. And as we said, for each of those, you will have a dedicated presentation by our colleagues that you can access from this afternoon. But this presentation here gives you hopefully a very useful and efficient, comprehensive overview of the different funding topics, which allows you to navigate depending on your needs. If we start here on the left side of the picture, we'll be starting with the first group of funding topics on building a national, regional and local policy framework supporting the clean energy transition. Here really that's what I mentioned on the promoting an enabling framework for policy support at all levels. The first funding topic goes right on the level of our cities and regional administrations in Europe, boosting their capacity for the energy transition. It's a topic dedicated to municipalities and regions to support really directly their efforts in delivering and implementing their clean energy transition plans and strategies. This year in this call 25, we have two scopes open. The first one will be the implementation of integrated decarbonization plans for policymakers and public officers to develop specific skills, approaches, and know-how to decide and deliver. And here really the deliver is the important part, energy measures on the ground. The activities include, for instance, setting up of relevant structures, establishing peer-to-peer approaches, delivering in-depth capacity building programs, and addressing public and private funding streams for moving energy measures into real operations, but also improving regulatory frameworks and which allow to deploy clean energy transition technologies. The second scope, which is open today, turns to the urgent need and the urgent pressure to step up local heating and cooling plans in the decarbonization agendas. Here, really, there is support offered to develop methodologies, templates, blueprints, and strategies for the preparation of those plans in order to enable cities, but also regional authorities to be prepared on their local heating cooling plans. Activities can include, for example, really building skills, facilitating access to relevant data, developing comprehensive outlooks on energy demand and supply, so mapping exercises, but also finding their concrete avenues to foster the phase out and really move to the phase out of fossil gas, fossil fuels, and notably engaging the market participants across the value chain, including different distribution system operators. We are also looking at bundling joint efforts of municipalities in order to really maximize the resources and support really technical assistance and peer approaches in order to allow shortcuts on fast tracking of these approaches. The second funding topic on that group towards an effective implementation of key legislation in the field of sustainable energy, that really covers the work for mainly competent national authorities, which are responsible for the implementation of the main pieces of legislation. Here in this call 25, the focus will be really on the Renewable Energy Directive. It was mentioned in the previous presentation, the higher attention on permitting, granting procedures and renewable acceleration areas. That is the first scope under this work of this year, really supporting competent national authorities to speed up and streamline permitting procedures or developing plans to designate renewable acceleration areas. Collaboration between implementing bodies within a member state or across member states, that's really at the core of this work, including, for example, setting up an EU practitioners community which exchanges exactly on those challenging aspects. The second scope under this policy topic is to support national authorities on specific Article 18, this time, of the Renewable Energy Directive, on the information and training of installers and designers of selected renewable energy technologies, really trying to support on a critical gap of ensuring sufficient number of trained and qualified installers and designers of renewable heating and cooling systems, which are the absolute base in order to move that agenda ahead, which can be in buildings, it can be in industry, in agriculture, can be installers of PV systems, and so on. Now, here, That includes also support for assessing gaps between available and necessary number of trained and qualified installers, including collaboration between member states on mutual recognition of their certification schemes in order to increase potentially cross-border mobility of workers. What it does not include, I was charged to say really very clearly, is actual training and upskilling activities. This is structural policy work. Moving to the next second group in the middle picture, sorry, I will stay on the same slide. Could we go back? And I move orally to the, and visually I'll take you to the middle part of the picture on mobilizing investment at local and regional level. Here we have primarily we have two central funding topics open this year. The first one, the important response through one-stop shops as an important solution to respond to the urgent need of modernizing the European building stock. We are giving support for the setting up of one-stop shops, which are designed to remove barriers to building renovation through integrated services, reduce complexity, simplify decision-making, and stimulate demand. They address challenging segments such as private homes or condominiums or large rental units. All of them have in common that renovators are facing multiple single decisions and needing to coordinate multiple single decision makers. And many of the owners really do lack the skills and capacity to set up and finance complex and ambitious renovation projects on their own. And this is where the one-stop shop solution has been proved to be one of the most really effective and forceful solutions. This has been a very strong strand of work under the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. So this year, we'll take it to a next level. We will address two scopes in the residential sector. On the one hand, individual homeowners, and on the other hand, professional owners of the rental sector. Now, priority in very short, priority will be towards regions with lesser activity so far, and regions basically looking at the European landscape. A priority for full service offers, so one-stop shops which really offer the full service offer from imagine a first walkthrough audit up to potentially a finance offer or directions to a finance solution, including all of the coordination of the technical work and their supervision. And what needs to be said as well, that there is really no priority this year for purely advisory services or purely digital offers. So basically, home renovation platforms, only digital, would not be in the remit of this topic. Moving to the second topic, project development assistance for sustainable energy investment. This is one of the driving forces of the program to support the mobilization of investment, really articulate the demand in clean energy investment operating in complementarity to the sister initiative ELINA, which is run by the colleagues of the European Investment Bank. Now, the essence of the technical assistance is fairly straightforward. Really, this is very effective funding and support to help public and private project developers in all of their practical steps to build and launch a concrete investment pipeline. It has been very successful with more than 60 initiatives so far. Proposals should really demonstrate a clear showcase for large investment, leveraging private finance, or really finding a very ingenious solution of how to blend public funding and private finance, high ambition in energy saving, and many of them come along with organizational innovation or innovation in financial engineering. They're often also a trigger beyond the pipeline for changes, even in regulatory aspects or structural aspects in the territory, in the region. Now, regarding the sectors, if you want to take that away, technical assistance is available for public buildings, for private housing, or public infrastructure at large, such as district heating, cooling networks, urban mobility, for industry, for SMEs, communities, services, or citizen-led renewable energy generation. There is an essential feature here to mention, the leverage factor. All of these projects under technical assistance, they are expected, invited to demonstrate that the investment is really launched at the end of the support, at the end of the activities, and which really brings them into a very forceful position regarding accelerating their investment pipelines. Moving over to the last group of this picture, attracting private finance for sustainable energy, that really is the corresponding mirror, if you want, to activating the demand for clean energy transition investment. Here we're looking at the private finance offer. This topic, crowding in private finance, really aims to increase the amount of private finance allocated to energy efficiency or small-scale energy resources, and really setting up or rolling out innovative financing schemes across Europe. Now, this year, the scope for the expected proposals is really setting up innovative financing schemes, which allow channel private finance into clean energy investment. Channeling private finance can, of course, also mean blending and using public fund to catalyze private finance in order to maximize the cohabitation and the functioning between different streams of funding and finance. Now, as an example, that is probably quite speaking in this case of this topic, examples could be local or regional investment funds, blending public-private finance. Examples could be guarantees or other de-risking schemes. It could be articulated in setting up energy services, such as energy performance contracting, or very specific instruments such as on-bill or on-tax finance. What is important to take away is that those financing schemes are really expected to be set up at the end of the action in one country, in one member state, at least, with efforts to replicate in other member states or in other eligible states under the CET program. The proposals really need to address both the supply of finance and also the structuring of the investment project of the demand side, so that there is really a credible business case of the financing scheme being operational at the end of the project. And with this, I'm at the end of my part of my share of presenting you these 12 topics, and I'm very happy to pass over to my colleague Maria for the suite of these funding topics. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Annette. So next slide for me, please. Thanks everybody, and good morning from my side. I will walk you through 6 more topics of the call 2025 call with an helicopter view, as Annette said, but of course I encourage you to follow then the in-depth presentations that of each topic that will be available as recordings after this session. So here we have also 3 blocks of areas of activity. I'll start with the first block, so citizens in the clean energy transition, and here we have 2 topics in the call 2025. On the one hand, one on energy poverty and another one on supporting energy communities. If we look at the energy poverty topic, so alleviating household energy poverty in Europe, we heard this morning from Pierluca Merula from DG Energy that the Energy Efficiency Directive recast prioritizes energy efficiency measures for energy poor households. And in this context, we have the topic for 2025 looking into 2 different scopes. The first scope is looking into the policy and coordination support to public authorities and stakeholders in setting up cross-sectorial coordination structures to tackle energy poverty, for example, setting up of energy poverty observatories in countries that where they do not exist, but also supporting public authorities in the effective implementation of the energy poverty provisions under ED, so an EPBD, to allow them to have a coherent planning, design and improvement of their national strategies on alleviating energy poverty. So scope really on policy support. And then we have another scope looking into the renovation of residential multi-apartment buildings, and looking particularly in the how to support tenants, homeowner associations and housing associations in updating the decision-making structures to overcome regulatory barriers such as split incentives or rental and property laws to facilitate this residential multi-apartment buildings renovation or setting up any type of support services. Under this energy topic, we are also encouraging proposals that address alleviating summer energy poverty, or they focus in areas, geographical areas where there is less developed activities and strategies on energy poverty. If we look at the second topic under this block, so the support services for energy communities, this was also mentioned by Pierluca, is a key element of the Renewable Energy Directive, and energy communities have been recognized as a key pledges for the EU energy systems and with their potential role to play to address and to achieve the climate and energy targets for 2030 and 2050. At the local and regional level, we are seeing many municipal and regional actors that have started or are interested in supporting the emergence and the growth of energy communities, and they are putting together different types of support services. In the past calls, we have put the focus in developing these local support services that support energy communities' establishment or the growth or expansion of existing ones. And this will continue this year, but with some novelties. So I encourage potential beneficiaries to look carefully into these novelties and in the call topic. So basically, the topic will support services provided by local and regional governments, energy agencies, or other type of relevant actors, but encourages also proposals from umbrella energy community organizations, federations, associations of energy cooperatives of communities that could propose the involvement of mutualizing or sharing of these services to make the services more efficient. The services need to include, and it's important, direct support with personal advice through the different phases of project development. So through the business model, definition, access to finance, legal support, energy commercialization, or assistance at the operational phase of the projects. And it's important to remark that just providing generic support or focusing on online platforms, but without direct human interaction is not on the scope and not relevant for this topic. And here as well, priority, or we are encouraging proposals to look into geographical areas where community energy is less developed, or in sectors where community energy is also less developed, like heating and cooling, renovation, or commercialization and flexibility services. So that's for the first block. For the second block under this slide, we have another area of work, decarbonization of buildings and heating and cooling, with two topics also for the call 2025. The first one looking into buildings. So the topic is called Making Buildings Renovation Faster, Deeper, Affordable, Smarter, Service and Data Driven. So basically here we have a building-centric topic aiming to help the implementation of the building policies, and in particular, the revised energy performance of building directive. And under this building topic, we have two scopes. On the one hand, one scope looking into how to foster energy renovation and competitiveness. So basically aiming at deploying replication strategies and business models for renovation, looking into how to aggregate demand and facilitate high quality renovations, for example, with performance guarantees, and support companies also in the construction sector, how to move towards a more industrialized and digitalized practices that will make them more competitive. The other scope under this topic is looking into building instruments, data, and services. So how to improve the availability, the quality, and the accuracy of building data so that we can enhance the reliability and the consistency of some key policy instruments under the EPBD, such as the energy performance certificates, the renovation passports, or the smart readiness indicator. So in a nutshell, to promote the use of better data to make energy services and financial models of services more robust. That's for the first topic under this block, so the building topic. For the second topic, we are looking into district heating and cooling. As Pierluca also mentions, there are some novelties on district heating and cooling support under the EED and the Renewables Directive, both. And here we have a topic specifically looking into district heating and cooling. And basically, the idea is to provide support to district heating operators of existing district heating networks to prepare investment plans with a 10-year frame so that they can fulfill the criteria of efficiency district heating and cooling as defined under the EED for their existing district heating networks. This is for existing district heating networks, but under this topic, we also have support for new district heating, working with municipalities and relevant stakeholders, also to give them support so that they can have investment plans for new district heating networks that are fully based on renewable and waste heat. So basically, in a nutshell, is to prepare the ground for a growing share of renewables and waste heat in district heating, assessing the investment needed, and also looking into the affordability and economic accessibility for the residents and the businesses that will be supported by these district heating networks. For the next block under this slide, so we are looking into the skills and the industry, two areas that were clearly underlined as Pierluca as part of the new Clean Industrial Deal. On the one hand, on the first topic on skills, it's a topic under the Build Up Skills initiative that some of you might already know. So it's an initiative that was launched in 2021 with the idea to support innovative approaches for upskilling and reskilling building professionals across Europe. Under this initiative, we have supported in previous calls under LIFE the development of national skill roadmaps and national platforms gathering key stakeholders for this agenda. And so far, we have 15 member states that have updated the national skill roadmap and have set up a national skill platform. So in 2025, there will be funding available under this topic for these countries who have updated the national skill roadmap and platform to implement those roadmaps. So the key actions under those roadmaps. And for the countries that do not have an updated roadmap yet, to be able to develop one and also to establish a platform. A novelty here is that indeed, these roadmaps and platforms have the main focus is on professionals relevant for the energy transition of the construction and renovation value chain, but we are also asking to proposals to expand the area of work to other energy efficiency professions listed under the Article 28 of the EED. If these other energy efficiency professions beyond the construction and renovation value chains are in a priority identified by the national roadmap in their countries. And then on the last topic on this slide, we are looking into supporting the industry and the businesses in the clean energy transition in line with the new priorities of the Clean Industrial Deal, as mentioned by Pierluca before. So we have a topic with two scopes here. The first scope is really looking into how to strengthen the collaboration between specific industrial sectors and users of energy that are sharing similar processes and energy-related needs. And on the one hand, and on the other hand, European producers of manufacturers of clean energy technologies that can address their energy needs. So basically, in a nutshell, we are looking into proposals that can establish collaborations between the industrial end users, the ones who need the energy, and the European producers and manufacturers of technologies, so that through business models or governance structures, through new collaborations, they can identify and design new clean energy solutions. Basically, the manufacturers can standardize and optimize their technology offer so to make it more efficient, to match better the deployment of technologies and the demand of technologies from the industrial end users. And the second scope under this topic is looking into energy collaboration among industries in proximity to foster clean, affordable, and sustainable energy use. So basically, here we are looking into collaborative approaches at the regional industrial cluster level, and with a particular focus with energy-intensive industries. What we mean by collaborative approaches is mainly to implement energy exchanges at the regional cluster level, for example, recovery of and use of waste heat from industrial and manufacturing processes, or incentivizing industrial symbiosis, but also sharing of energy-related services, energy audits, energy management systems or assets, renewable energy generation, and renewable energy storage and flexibility. So the main idea will be to identify sustainable projects that can give a long-term visibility for clean energy investments and opportunities at the regional industrial cluster level, or in an industrial park, for example, and to ensure the endorsement of these investments by main key stakeholders and the alignment of these investments with the local plans and strategies. So that's the fast helicopter view on the topics for the call 2025. And we encourage you to follow the detailed presentations that will be available this afternoon for each of the single 12 topics that we have presented, Annette and I, today with an helicopter view. If we pass to the next slide, please. I can present you just in a nutshell some key data that is good that you have in mind for the live set call. Some of these things have already been said today, but I think it's good to recap some main key data. So the publication of the call was a few weeks ago, and 24th of April, deadline 23rd of September. So enough time to develop good, great proposals. We have more than 91 million available. So this will mean around 45 to 50 grants that will eventually be funded. So proposals that will become projects. As explained by Pierluca and Annette, it's LifeSet is a policy-driven topics, and the funding topics are really have really detailed guidance. So I encourage you to look very much in detail into the call documents to understand what are all the elements that are required in each single topic. Most of the funding topics require a minimum of 3 eligible entities from 3 eligible countries, but there are some exceptions. All is explained in the call topic. And we have 95 co-funding rate for the live CAT actions. And the next slide, please. Yes, so here, I mean, you will have access to the presentations on the website. So just a few slides to guide you through where you can find resources. So we have 3 days of live EU Info Day, where the different live sub-programs have been presented. And today we are on the last day, this morning, presenting LifeSet. You have all the information in these links, and you can also have access to a national contact point. So it's people working in the administration that they are responsible for the LIFE program that can also guide you and help you with your applications. And they are organizing these days National Info Days. So apart from this European Info Day, there may be a National Info Days organized in your country by the national contact points. So I encourage you to look into who is the national contact point in your country and reach to them to see if a national info day is organized in your country. Next slide, please. Yes, also, I would like also to remind you that in a month's time, we have the European Sustainable Energy Week, which is the main event in Europe devoted to the clean energy transition, with 3 days of policy sessions here in Brussels, but also online, where also many live-site projects that are addressing the different areas of work that we have presented you here today. They are presenting their results and also encouraging the dialogue with policy stakeholders in Brussels. So I encourage you to look at the agenda and register for USEF this year. And next slide, please. We are. I will also like to make a point for you. So if you are not submitting a proposal, we are also looking for experts that can help us to evaluate our proposals. So all the proposals that you are submitting are evaluated by independent experts across Europe with different expertise and nationalities, and we are looking carefully into this. So we are always welcome new expertise and new experts in our database. Of course, we looked carefully that you have to give an independent input. It's a confidential process and there is no conflict of interest. So if you are involved in preparing a proposal, you will not be able to participate in the evaluation as an expert. But of course, if you are not, you could be chosen. So please have a look at our call for experts and register in the database if you think you can be of help for evaluating the clean energy transition proposals. And next. Yeah, here just some final slides on things that we have already said. So there is a list of national contact points that can help you at the national level. Please don't hesitate to get in contact with them. There is also the functional mailbox for the clean energy transition in CINEA. And if you want to stay informed, please register to the Clean Energy newsletter because you will have all the novelties on the program in this newsletter that it's released every 2 months. And I think that's all from my side. Maybe there is a final slide just to say thank you. Yeah, well, no, another slide on social media. So again, yes, we are also present in social media. So don't hesitate also to engage with us. And that's all from my side, I think. Thanks a lot. And I pass the floor to Vinicius to keep with the agenda. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, both to you, Maria and Nete, for this very timely helicopter view of the topics. You did a great job in not only keeping the time, but providing all the details required for the participants to know. I would just emphasize what was introduced by both Maria and Annette. Although they introduced the 12 topics we have open for the call CET call this year. Of course, we heavily encourage you to check the detailed documentations for the specificities behind each of the topics, and also to stay tuned with us until the end of these sessions, where we're going to present to you how to access the dedicated videos presenting each of the 12 topics open this year. So please stay with us until the end. And yeah, so we continue with our program. Although I'm sure the participants will have excellent ideas for projects, of course, they have to transform this excellent idea into an excellent proposal to be submitted to our call, and then eventually, hopefully, positively evaluated and eventually financed. And that's my hook to introduce the next presentation. So we have another tandem presentation done by Zoe and Ulrike, and they will give you tips on how to write an excellent proposal for the clean energy transition program. So Zoe, I see you're already on the stage. So thank you for joining us this morning, and I give the floor over to you first.
Thank you very much, Vinicius. So welcome and good morning to all. So indeed, as Vinicius said, we'll try to give you some tips on how to submit an excellent proposal. And in order to do so, let's first start by having a look at the evaluation process, because it's quite important to know what happens to your proposal once it has been submitted. So if we go further on the slides, you can see the entire process on the next slide. So as has been said before, the call is now open and it will close on the 23rd of September. We can call that moment month 0. So what's going to happen from that moment onwards? Your proposal will be checked for admissibility and eligibility. Only the proposals that are considered admissible and eligible will be sent to external independent experts for evaluation. So they will first assess it individually, and then they will come together and come to a consensus. They will go through all the award criteria, the sub-criteria, and they will provide what we call an evaluation summary report, which will be sent to the applicant maximum 5 months after the submission date, the call deadline. So if you calculate, we'll already be in the month of February 2026 by then. And after that, the very best proposals for which there's sufficient budget, so the ones that were ranked highest in the various rankings, they will be invited for grant agreement preparation. And that grant agreement preparation should be finalized maximum by month 9 following the deadline, so in June 2026. So this gives you an idea of when the successful actions can start. So they generally will start around June 2026 or even likelier in autumn of next year. So bear this in mind when you submit your proposal, that the action will not start the day after the submission, basically. Where to look for all the information in case you want to submit a proposal. So on the next slide, you will see a print screen of the funding and tender portal. This is where you will find all the information and all the necessary links. So if you go there, you can search by typing live 2025 CET. You will see the 12 topics that are currently open under live CET that are open there and explained in further detail. So if you click on one of these topics, you can see on the next slide the details you can see. You can see the topic description for each of these 12 topics, presenting the objectives, the scope, and the impact we are looking for each of these 12 topics. It's also interesting to have a regular look at the topic updates where you can find information, and soon after the deadline, you also can see how many proposals have been submitted under each topic. And then you can find under topic conditions and documents quite some elements like the call document. You can see it on the next slide as well. The call document is really a key document where you can find the detailed information on the topics that are open. You can find the award criteria, eligibility conditions, etc., etc. So it's very important you have a thorough look at that document. Very soon in that section on the funding and tender portal, we will also upload all the links to today's presentations, the recordings as well, and frequently asked questions for the different topics. As your questions come, we will make sure we populate this section as well. So on the next slide, we give you an overview on the structure of a proposal. So on the funding and tender portal, of course, if you select the topic you would like to submit a proposal under, you will see all the application forms and the links to these. So the application form consists actually of various parts. The first one is called Part A, which is an online document that has to be completed with the administrative information of the consortium. Part B is a Word document that you have to download, you have to complete it, and then upload it again as a PDF document. This is going to be the core of your proposal. It's a document that's bound by a page limit of maximum 65 pages and a font of minimum Arial 10. It's very important that you respect this because not respecting it can make your proposal inadmissible. And remember, proposals that don't pass the admissibility eligibility check, they will not be even evaluated. So don't start playing with fonts and margins in order to save a few spaces here and there. Because you can end up having a bad surprise. What's very important and useful to know is that you can submit your proposal and you can overwrite it as many times as you want until the very last moment of the deadline, so at 5 o'clock on the call deadline. So I strongly recommend you do that so you can see if everything's complete and you don't have bad surprises at the very end. Unfortunately, applicants every year are faced with that situation and they end up having a proposal that's submitted too late. Well, they can't submit it anymore. And unfortunately, we can't consider it for the evaluation exercise. Apart from part B, we also have part C. You'll hear more about that in a moment. It consists of the key performance indicator, which is also an important part to look at. You also will see an Excel file with a detailed budget table that you'll have to upload, explaining the budget you have in mind, partner by partner, that you've created bottom up and explained in detail in that Excel file. You'll have another Word document to be converted in a PDF with the participant information. So that document is important to note, is not bound by a page limit, but we will only look at information related to the participant information. So in case you don't manage to put everything you wanted to explain in your part B, the idea is definitely not that you start explaining the pilot projects you intend to work on in that participant information document. If you do that, unfortunately, it will not be looked at. In the participant information annex, only elements related to the participants will be looked at. So please bear this in mind, it's quite important. Then you also have the possibility to upload optional annexes. As the word says, it is optional, but so typically here, if you want, you can upload letters of support from relevant stakeholders. So then we can move on to the next slide, where we'll have a more thorough look at part B and its table of contents. So you will see at the very beginning as well of that part B that it's explained that you have to keep the instructions there. And it's important you do so because, again, it's to make sure that there's equal treatment to all of you. So if some of you start removing instructions, you save space and you can explain more, which is not the idea. And so remember, you have to respect the template, otherwise you'll be considered inadmissible and not evaluated, which would be a pity. So what does that structure of part B look like? Well, you see we have 4 main headers and they actually match the award criteria. So it's quite straightforward to see what will be assessed where. And so these are relevance, impact, implementation, and resources. So a few tips we can give you here. Under relevance, it's important that you show, of course, how well you match the topic that is open under the 2025 call. As mentioned, you have 65 pages, so don't spend 10, 12 pages explaining the policy context and the Green Deal. It's important that you show you're aware of that, but use your space wisely. What's important to explain is that you know the starting point very well. You know what's happening in the field of the proposal you are submitting, and that you clearly explain how you're going to build on what already exists, how your proposal is an added value. On impact, you'll hear more in a moment. On implementation, I'd like to stress that you should really detail the tasks that you're presenting quite well. Make sure they are interrelated, that the work packages you propose are also interrelated, and that the tasks lead to a deliverable. That's matching the tasks. Sometimes we see deliverables that come out of the blue and that would be odd. So make sure that there's a continuation there. Resources, there you'll explain the consortium, of course. I'll continue with a few lessons learned on the next slides. So we really want to insist on the fact that you should focus. You will see in the topic priorities that sometimes for a topic there are various scopes that are open, and whenever it's explained that you should focus on one of the scope, please do so, and don't try to put a few elements of one scope, a few elements of the others in the hope of having a higher score. It's important that you don't address too many elements, but that you remain focused. Please make sure that concept and methodology are clearly explained. So the concept is what your proposal intends to do, and the methodology on how you would like to do that. Make sure as well that there's a clear alignment between the objectives of your action and with the requirements, of course, that are explained in the topic. And it's also important that the activities credibly lead to the achievements, the impacts you hope to reach. We can move to the next slide, where we also insist on the fact that you should not be redundant all over your document. So make sure that you stick to the point and that your descriptions are well made. It's important to show that you have good stakeholder engagement. So you can do this through in different ways. Stakeholders can be included in the consortium, for example, or if you want to show that you have a very broad stakeholder engagement and you can't have everybody in your consortium, of course, you can ask stakeholders to submit letters of support and in which they clearly explain what they intend to do, what their role will be if the action is positively evaluated. Make sure as well that your Gantt chart is realistic and clear. If you present a Gantt chart spread over 5-6 pages, it's unlikely to give a good overview of what the actions are going to look like chronologically. Let's move to the next slide, where I'll come back a bit to the admissibility and eligibility check. Remember, it's important to pass that phase first. So in order for a proposal to be admissible, it needs to be submitted through the system and of course before the deadline. So as I said, please do that a few times. You can overwrite your proposal until the very end. Of course, it needs to be complete. It needs to consist of all the parts that I presented earlier on and readable. So make sure you respect the fonts, the margins, the pages, etc. In order to be eligible, of course, your partnership is extremely important. As mentioned earlier by my colleagues, for most of our topics, we're looking at proposals of minimum 3 organizations from minimum 3 different eligible countries. There are a few exceptions. Please have a thorough look at the call document, but in case it's required by the topic and your proposal doesn't fit that requirement, it will not be evaluated. And make sure, of course, that the activities are eligible, meaning that they are in scope. Let's have a quick look at the award criteria on the next slide. So there are 4. And as I say, they match part B. So they are relevance, impact, quality, and resources. They are all marked on 20 points by the evaluators. And a minimum of 10 out of 20 is needed in order to be recommended for funding. And overall, minimum 55 points are needed. And you will see that impact counts for 150%. So that's a very, very important criterion to look at. You'll hear more about that in a moment. And I also would like to insist that having 55 out of 90 or a bit above is very unlikely to be sufficient to be funded. So one thing, of course, is to be above all these thresholds. And another one is to become in the ranking zone, in the funding zone, let's say. So only the very best, the excellent proposals can be offered funding. So a higher score will be needed than 55 out of 90. A few words on the next slide on resubmissions, because we often have proposals that were not funded 1 year and then applicants change, adapt, improve a few elements, and then of course they hope to be more successful the year after. It's of course very good to use the feedback received from the evaluation summary report and to address these comments, but it's important that you bear a few elements in mind. So as we said, we have an annual work program with evolving priorities, and it's not because something was considered a priority in the 23-24 call that it will be as relevant in 25. So please bear this in mind. You will not necessarily gain extra points, but you could lose points as well if the action is considered less relevant. Of course, the state of the art is evolving as well. So if something would have been quite innovative a few years ago, it may not be so much anymore now. And remember as well that competition is increasing, so it can be that a proposal still will not be funded, even if slightly improved. So just bear this in mind. I will now give the floor to my colleague Ulrike, who will give you more information on the very important impact section.
Okay, and I think that was a clean Zoe Uli transition. So, yeah, super. Next slide, please. And again, the next. I go directly also in the interest of time into the impacts. I think one of the most challenging elements of the proposal writing is certainly the part on on impact and indicators. It's also the section that Zoe also has explained that gets most attention of the evaluators and that has the highest weight in terms of scoring. So it's extremely important that you put enough emphasis on that. And also at a higher level, the impacts in an aggregated form, the element which express the difference that our program makes. So it's essential for us, and we report our impacts to the annual program statement, for example. So really not only essential for you, but also essential for us. So coming back to your proposal, you should establish in the proposal how the proposed activity contributes to the defined expected impacts. What does that mean? The expected impacts are established for each of the topics, and you find them towards the end of the topic text. We distinguish three different levels of indicators. You see them in this triangle on the slide. We have the topic-specific indicators, the activity-specific indicators, and the common indicators of the LifeSet subprogram. Can we please change the slide? Yeah, voilà. So zooming into these three levels of indicators, starting with the topic-specific indicators, they're really central. You find them under each of the topics, and depending on the breadth of the topic scope, they might be all relevant for your proposed activity or only partly. Please decide then on a case-by-case basis which ones are relevant, and those that are relevant, please address them really thoroughly. And it's probably safe to say that those indicators, those topic-specific indicators, are the most important ones. In addition, we encourage you to define activity-specific indicators. These would be indicators that you define for your activity, and that would maybe give you the chance to capture impacts that would not be expressed in the topic-specific indicators that we defined, but they're not mandatory. So they are more a chance than anything else. And thirdly, they're the common LifeSet program, LifeSet indicators, and they correspond also to the LifeSet live project indicators, now LPIs, they used to be KPIs, 1 to 5. And they are the following: primary energy savings, final energy savings, renewable generation, greenhouse gas reduction, and investments in sustainable energy. They are also, you find them at the end of the topic text. These 5 common indicators are a subset of the 11 LifeSet subprogram indicators that are reflected in a Part C. And I will talk about this in a second. And you should address them as appropriate. So meaning a pure energy efficiency project will not necessarily have renewable energy impacts, and a pure renewable project will not necessarily have major energy efficiency impacts. Still, a priori, we would expect you to address those 5 common indicators. Next slide, please. For all 3 types of indicators, the following applies. The impacts that you present need to be credible, and I would really like to highlight it. The credibility is much more important than presenting just high figures. Evaluators would never compare the absolute figures and say, okay, this one is higher and this is why we choose that proposal. But the credibility is really the most important thing. It's what counts. And as part of the credibility, you need to establish clear links between the activities you propose, the results, and the expected impact. So it cannot lose things. And you are also asked to present the starting point and the underlying assumptions, including the baselines and benchmarks. Second thing, we ask you to establish and quantify the results and impacts for the duration of the project and for the time 5 years after. And I can also only say that the ones for the duration of the project are even more important. So don't leave that empty and just address the 5 years after project end indicators. The second point I would like to explain very quickly. What we mean under these impacts. So impacts can be impacts for the duration of the program, can be impacts that are directly achieved by the project activity within the project duration, but we would also count impacts that are triggered within the project duration, but that accrue only after the project end. That is very important because very often even things that you trigger during the duration only materialize after. They would still count for this very first category. And then we would also count in indirectly triggered and encouraged and replicated impacts outside the immediate scope and target area. For example, you have, I don't know, you target 5 communities, but 5 others would take them over, then that would also count. Next slide, please. So then finally, the thing I would want to say on impacts, you're also asked to fill in the part C that Zoe mentioned, which is a separate template which consists of the 11 common lifestyle project indicators. You see them listed on the bottom of the slide, 1 to 11, and please adjust those indicators that are relevant. So not necessarily all, but as we said, 1 to 5 are really those that we would expect you to address as good as you can. And of course, the figures you give in part C should be consistent with those in part B. So we will check this once your project would be selected, but these have to be consistent. And later, if your proposal is selected, you will be also asked to report and refine those indicators in the so-called LPI or KPI tool, but this is really for later. This is what I want to say on impacts. And now a couple of tips, and I really need to rush on through them. Next slide, please. So we give you a couple of tips, 7 tips. Part of those you have already heard. First slide. Well, that's the first step, and that's a very easy message. Don't wait, start immediately, not only because it takes time to develop a good project idea, maybe you have it already, and translate it into a suitable set of action, but also for most of the topics, you will need to engage quite a variety of organizations with different roles and contribution, and that simply takes time. Next slide, please. The second tip looks also like a very easy and straightforward one. Read the relevant information. But although it sounds obvious, and Zoe has also talked about it, we often receive ineligible proposals or proposals that are not fully in scope. So please read carefully the topic text and the core documents. In particular, do read the eligibility criteria, but also all the other indications inside the topic text. Do consult the frequently asked questions that are being published on the website. Have a look at the manuals and make sure that you really use the latest version of the application templates because they might change. Next slide. Third tip. Once you have a striking project idea that fits into a core topic, define a starting point, explore the context, as I had said, that look at the policy market technological situation, but then define what is the delta, what is the difference that your project will make. Translate this project idea and the objectives into operational steps, so into concrete activities and tasks, and define then the results. Think about what kinds you would need to have. Define, this is super important, define your target groups and think of how you could involve them. This is really a key to success. Establish your impacts just in line with what I said early on. Next slide. Build a good consortium. A project stands and falls with the consortium. And this is also something evaluators know. The partners should be well complementary. Each member of the consortium needs to have a relevant role and needs to bring a relevant expertise or background. To be credible, really the profile of the partners must match the task. You should not artificially involve organizations to just inflate the consortium. The partner should be involved at an early stage so that they can also still feed in at the proposal stage. And what is really important is that your partners and yourself have the capacity to reach out to the right stakeholders. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to achieve the impact that you plan to have. Next slide. Now, first about the project, of the budget, build up your budget bottom up. Look at first the tasks, allocate the resources to each task, look at the partners' roles, and then cross-check whether there's consistency across tasks and across partners. That said, not all partners should just have equal resources because they might have very different tasks, but they should have sufficient resources to fulfill their role. Note that on ELISA, we do not cover infrastructure costs. The motto is brain, not bricks. I mean, that's a different financial story, and I don't have to talk about it, but really no infrastructure costs and equipment costs to super small extent and only exceptionally. Next slide. Sixth step. When you write your proposal, create a thread, so meaning a leitmotif, a red feel. Fine-tune your objectives and make them match your target groups. Think about the methodology. That's also what Zoe explained that you want to apply, meaning really the single steps from the start to the end and the interlinkages between the different tasks and work packages. Think about what you want to disseminate, to whom and how. And please do read the guidance given inside the forms and the template and respect the instructions. Well, Zoe has explained, including page limit. It sounds formal, but it's essential. And the last one, next slide. Please plan enough time to fine-tune and polish your proposal. This includes checking the completeness of the proposal, check the consistency between your activities and budget, and ask an informed outsider for critical reading and feedback, because that outsider might see things that you don't see as somebody who has been involved. And if you have the chance, have a native speaker, check the English. It's always good, always makes things clearer. And I hand back to Zoe.
Yes, I'll be very quick here because most of the slides, as you can see on the next slides, have already been presented by the previous speakers. But it's always useful to have the information sources and supports, all the links here, to get in touch with us, to find useful ongoing projects, also information portals. As Maria already said, you can register to the CINEA newsletter. Another good idea, as you'll see on the next slide, and has already been mentioned and will insist, is to get in touch with your national contact point who can help you out, and then you can move to the next slide as well. As Maria already said, in case you don't think you'll submit a proposal under this call, don't hesitate to upload your CV and we could get in touch with you, so you may work as an expert with us. I think that's it for us. You also have all the useful links in there. I really would like to thank you on behalf of Uli as well, and thanks a lot for listening to us. Have a good day.
Thank you very much to both of you, Zoe and Ulrike. Indeed, a lot of tips that participants have to keep in mind to submit an excellent proposal. Please don't go too far, because so it was the end of your presentation and of the overall presentations planned for this CET session, but we can now slowly move into the Q&A session. And that's my cue to the technical team to, yes, display a Slido on the screen. We've been collecting your questions during the session, and I'm gonna invite also all speakers to join me on this digital stage. So we can take the questions from participants. If you haven't submitted a question yet, you can send us to, use slido.com and use the hashtag as you see on the screen. And we'll try to take, well, all the questions we can. We have around 20 minutes for the questions, but if by any chance we don't manage to take your questions live right now, don't worry, because you can also have the chance to send us an email, and we will of course be happy to get back to you. So I'll take the questions as I see per order on the screen. So from the top, the first one as I see is there a restriction for the number of CET calls under, I guess they mean CET topics, under which one organization can apply either as a beneficiary or as a coordinator? Do I have the speakers with me? Maybe this is a question to you, Zoe?
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. So we had an issue connecting, Vinicius. I really would like you to repeat the question, if that's okay.
No problem. So the question is there a restriction for the number of CET topics under which one organization can apply either as a beneficiary or a coordinator?
So, of course, applicants can submit various proposals under various topics. There is no limit as such, but of course, we strongly encourage people to do what's manageable for them. As mentioned, competition is quite fierce, so make sure you have not just a good proposal, but an excellent proposal. And of course, if you submit numerous excellent proposals, bear in mind you'll have to implement them, and you'll have to have the resources to do that. But so as such, no, there is no limit. I hope this answers the question.
Definitely. And please don't go too far, as we have a second question. I think it's also directed to you concerning the Part D template. So the question is, can the participants modify the width of the tables and columns, for example, in the description of the work packages?
So the idea is really to respect the template for reasons of equal treatment. So definitely, if they don't play with that too much and they respect the margins and the fonts, things are fine. We are fully aware that the template is not always that practical, but as long as these elements are respected, things are fine. So don't play with margins, don't play with fonts. Of course, if a column is presented with, a table is presented with various columns, all the columns should be there. But in case indeed your left column should be a bit broader, wider, and the other can be a bit smaller, I think these type of things should be fine. But be quite cautious on that. And as I said as well, please keep the instructions as is mentioned at the very beginning of the document.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Clear message here. Then we have another question on the top related to guidance on lobbying. Maybe I invite our head of unit, Hans, to help us with that one. So the question is, under the new guidance on lobbying of projects funded by the EU, where do you see the limits for events with policymakers? Will events with parliaments and administrations still be possible? Or what are the criteria we have to respect?
Yeah, thanks very much, Vinicius, for that question. I see that there's quite an interest and quite a number of questions on the new guidance. The new guidance was briefly presented by my colleague in the introductory session of the Info Days on Tuesday. Indeed, the guidance of the EU is not directed at all activities, but specifically at activities towards the EU institutions. So there are no restrictions with regard to events that you do at national level or with national parliament. This is really up to you. However, when it comes to organizing project events where you would invite EU institutions to take part, that is obviously not a constraint, and many of the project activities that or projects that deal with the policy context of the clean energy transition and more widely with the European Green Deal. So I mean, it is very important for your projects to be able to feed back your project with those also to policymakers. But what the guidance really clearly states, these should not be targeted at specific institutions or members of parliament, or be presented as lobbying activities in a specific policy context. So this would be activities that we would be doing outside the project realm, as part maybe of your representations in Brussels, but they should not be seen as something that the project is requiring you to do.
Okay, Hans.
But I recommend applicants to read carefully the guidance so that they make sure that they can reflect this in drafting the proposals.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you very much, Hans. We can go to the next question then. How can I be a member of the consortium or to know which consortia are forming? Maybe I can start with that one. If you haven't noticed, there is on the website of this very Info Day, where we are hosting this session, there's also a matchmaking platform that we encourage you to check there as well, to see and see the possibilities there and the partners available, and even you can schedule one-to-one meetings with the potential applicants there as well. On top of that, well, I think our speakers also introduce a few events where typically our projects finance from previous years typically present as well. So it's an opportunity for you to get to know partners involved in existing consortiums that you can perhaps take the chance, if possible, to introduce yourself or introduce your idea. and talk to them. And there is also, on top of these EU Info Day, there are also sometimes national Info Days organized in the several EU countries, organized by the national contact points, which is also a way for you to, well, if possible, to participate in a national Info Day, but also to get in touch with the national contact points who may know of ideas popping up, and also that could potentially suggest partners that could be involved in your idea for consortium. Any speaker that would like to complement that? Otherwise, I can move to the next question. Okay, I think that was clear. So we move to the next one. Can a municipality apply with its municipal heat plan aiming to transfer the district heating, geothermal, and other renewable energy sources? So more of a topic-specific questions.
I can take it if you want.
Yes, please, Maria, go ahead.
Yes, thanks for the question. I mean, it's difficult. I mean, in principle, yes, a municipality can apply. However, I mean, I would suggest to look carefully at the call topics and also to follow the specific topic presentations to understand what is required in each of the topics. So yes, in principle, a municipality can apply. There are several topics where they are targeting municipal actors, some from the topic on district heating and cooling, where there is support to investment plans for new district heating networks, or where municipalities could be targeted there. Also in the local topic, and also in the project development assistant topic, there is a technical facility assistant where there can be support for municipalities to organize their investment plans for district heating. So there are several places where a municipality could be part of a consortium or targeted by the activities of a project. But I will encourage the person who has the idea to participate, to follow closely the presentations on each of the topics, because as a standalone, just like that, it might not be feasible, or less feasible in one topic and not in other topics. But of course, there is possibilities to explore, whether it's in a consortia with several partners, or whether it's a smaller consortia and a national project. Like in the project development assistant, it's up to the applicant to explore and see where its idea fits best. Maybe Annette wants to complement on the project development assistant. I don't know if I was sufficiently clear.
Thank you, Maria. I think that was very comprehensive. Indeed, in the case of offering technical assistance here, having an application by a municipality, provided that the investment pipeline is of scale, and having the necessary accessory activities around the financial engineering and the organizational innovation is perfectly possible. But I think Maria's good advice to look very closely at the topic text and to listen to the great presentations that our colleagues have prepared for you is certainly, I would certainly encourage to follow that. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you, Maria and Annette. So a following question would be, will the topics be presented in detail during the Info Day? So we introduced these earlier. So this year we did the topic presentation slightly different. So we prepared video presentations that are ready, and we're going to release that in a moment. So right after this Q&A, I'm going to explain to you how to access these presentations that are specific on the 12 topics of this year. So yes, please stay tuned. But there won't be a live presentation on each topic, but you can follow dedicated videos for each one of them. Exactly, you see the topics on the screen on the next one. Then a following question: can we modify the months in the, maybe another one for you, Zoe. Can we modify the months in the Gantt chart and the columns to avoid having a long table? I guess the main message was not to change too much the template, right?
Exactly. And you will see when looking at the template of part B that there are various templates for the timeline, the Gantt chart, based on the duration of your project. I mean, I don't want to enter into practical details here, but up to 2 years, you have a certain template to respect, which is then per month. If it's longer than that, it will be per trimester. So you will see it shouldn't be that long, but of course it needs to be a good overview. And yeah, you have to put yourself in the shoes of the evaluator. Will they understand what is meant and what will take place in each month or each period? So, but you have 2 templates there. So yeah, make sure you respect it, and of course that the result is easily readable.
Thank you, Zoe. Clear answer there. Then a following question here related to the co-funding rate. So is co-financing provided? What are the terms of co-financing? I guess we presented earlier that, well, for this call, we have the general 95% co-funding rate, but as I understand the questions, I guess it's related to the remaining 5%, right?
I can answer, Vinicius, if you want.
Please, Maria, go ahead.
If I understand well the question, I mean, yes, we provide 95% of the funding. For the 5%, it's up to the consortium to find it, but we will not check where this is coming from. So there is no, you don't have to justify the 5% co-financing. But indeed, we don't pay the 100% of the project costs.
Exactly. So we provided 95% of the total cost of the project.
But another question, just to say, there was a financial presentation on the first day of the Info Day, on the Tuesday, from our financial colleagues with a full detailed packet of slides on all the financial issues that you have to take into account for preparing a proposal and then for implementing financially a project. So these presentations will be also on the website, available for everybody to watch and see. So I encourage also you to follow them, because most of the questions that you have on financial issues will be answered by this presentation from our financial colleagues. So we didn't have a financial presentation for LifeSet this year in this morning Info Day, because this has already been presented for everybody on Tuesday.
That's right, Maria. Very good reminder there. So we do. So if you didn't attend the presentations from Tuesday, particularly in this case the financial elements presentation, you have the chance to follow the presentations as they were recorded and also to check the presentations there. So there was a general financial elements presentation that applied to all LIFE programs, including the sub-program on the clean energy transition. Another question on template, Zoe. Does the font in pictures also have to be minimum Arial 10? I guess they have to be readable, right?
Exactly. So yes, please use common sense as well. I mean, if you mean by the font of a picture, this is a picture of the pilot where we will be working, that's something fine. But if it's a way to circumvent the font, the minimum font, and that you start putting all the text in pictures in Arial 8, of course, that's not going to work. So again, put yourself in the shoes of the evaluator and use common sense as well. One thing is a sentence. The other thing is that you start putting huge sections in there as well. But again, I mean, it's interesting that you start being cautious about that. It's true, we have to be strict. I'm very sorry for reasons of equal treatment, which are quite normal, I think.
Thank you, Zoe. Then a following question is, so CET usually requires international consortium, but then aims at regional national projects. What is the logic, or perhaps what is the value of having, well, in our case, generally the rule is 3 different partners from 3 different countries. Yes.
I can start,
Please, Annette,
if you wish. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. So indeed, clean energy transition for the majority of the topics requires a minimum of 3 of the participation of partners from 3 eligible countries. Now, the logic is that in implementing their projects, they really seek international collaboration. Usually what we see in the projects from our experience is that really partners team up from different regions, different countries, probably also in many cases with a different regional context, different level of advancement. The opportunity here really is that they have a joint journey, they share experiences, they share practices, learning from each other, and basically cross-fertilizing their experiences in order to have a move ahead and acceleration on their agendas. Maybe to say that in most of the projects which have this requirement on having a minimum of 3 countries, actually, in reality, the average is actually higher. So obviously, many project teams, they do see high value also in complementary to their regional or national funding to use the opportunity of LifeSet to work across border. So really, it seemed to be very positive from many project teams. Let me just also highlight that there are specific topics indeed where the territorial context and the territorial engagement is so centric to the work, such as in the setting up of home renovation one-stop shops or the running of large investments pipelines under the project development assistance, so the technical assistance, for example, or the national platforms for construction skills. Here, it is actually allowed to work from one territory, from one member state. So please pay good attention to those requirements. But the logic is that, and the experience so far has been throughout the whole of the Life Clean Energy Transition Program extremely positive on this cross-border collaboration. I see it, my colleague Maria, whether you would like to add a notion here.
No, I think Annette, everything was very clear. So yes, no, nothing to add from my side.
Thank you, Annette. The following question, maybe it's more specific to a topic. So are district heating plants eligible to apply for this program?
Yeah,
Maria will take it. Yep.
Yes, I think it's similar reply to my previous reply. So I encourage the participants to follow the specific sessions, in this case, probably the session on supporting district heating and cooling, the topic on district heating and cooling. The topic aims at giving support to district heating operators, indeed, to develop investment plans so that they fulfill the criteria of efficiency district heating according to the EED. So the topic is targeting district heating operators to help them with their investment plans. So district heating operators are eligible to apply as partners or involved somehow as targeted of the activities in the consortium. What we will not pay with LifeSet money is the investment. So we'll help to organize the investment plans, to do the technical support and financial support to develop investment plans with a 10-year frame for district heating operators so that they can move towards more renewables and waste heat in their district heating networks. But we will not pay for the investment per se. So we will not pay for the infrastructure. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Thank you, Maria. It was a clear answer there. So a following question, and just before we take it, just to inform you that we might take just 2 more as we're getting close to the end of the session. So maybe this one, are the grants also meant for singular entities? So in the case of the participant, he or she works with a large pharmaceutical that is in a path to improve sustainability. Is this a topic that usually would go under this program?
Maybe I can give a quick start. So I think what needs to be clear is that Life Clean Energy Transition does not indeed finance equipment. So in case there is the motivation to actually cover large parts of the actual infrastructure investment within the scope of the program, that will not be compatible with the way that the program works. Very clearly, at least the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. In case the ambition is to get technical assistance in order to structure, engineer, organize, innovate on the pathway of decarbonizing large industry, that could be potentially possible under our strand on technical assistance. This is so far as how I can read the question and hopefully give in part a suitable response. Maria.
And maybe Maria, you wanted to come in?
No, fine for me.
Maybe just to complement what Annette had said, and as I think was emphasized throughout this morning, is that the clean energy transition is really a program that supports the exchange of experience, exchange of innovation across member states. So it is not normally, with the exception of a few topics, focused on single entities. And as Annette has underlined, we're not financing equipment or construction of innovative plants. So if you are looking, and I don't know what sustainability means, of working on circular economy in your industry sector, or if you are looking at testing new technologies to decarbonize some of your manufacturing processes, there are indeed opportunities, but then do please look also under the other sub-programs for funding.
All right, thanks very much to the both of you. And I think, yes, we'll take just one final question, as unfortunately the time is short now. The final question is from Alina. Is it necessary to involve partners in consortium if the project will be implemented at the local level in a specific location, building, etc.? I guess the short answer is yes. Who would like to take that one?
I can start. I mean, I don't know if I understand very well the question. So for some topics, there is an eligibility criteria of at least 3 minimum partners from three eligible countries. For other topics, a proposal is eligible even only with 1 eligible partner from 1 eligible country only. This doesn't mean that these proposals are in most of the time proposed by only 1 single organization. So we are tackling here complex problems for the energy transition, and in most of the cases, this required the collaboration, whether it's at a European level with cross-European projects, or at a national level with purely national or regional projects of different entities that are addressing a problem from different perspectives and with different solutions. So most of the time, even if you are implementing a project, indeed all projects have to be at the end implemented at the local or regional level. You will need to engage with several stakeholders, different actors, to be able to find a solution to the problem you are presenting. So that's my question, but I don't know if I understand very well the question. I don't know if somebody else wants to complement.
Yes, I think you did. I think it's clear indeed. Well, we say in general 3 partners from 3 different countries. Some topics you can accept partners from 1 single country, but indeed maybe not a single entity only as part of the idea. Yes, unfortunately, I have to close here the Q&A session as we don't have more time. But so if we didn't manage to answer your question, don't worry. You can still send us an email. I'm going to explain to you in a moment how to do so, but not before thanking all the speakers for their presentations and also for taking the questions here. Well, I can ask for a digital round of applause. I'm not sure if you can hear, but I'm sure participants are applauding you. I'm certainly am myself. Thank you very much for your presentations, and I think we can slowly move into the conclusion part of the CET session. And I'll ask the CET or the technical team to display again the presentations. Before we conclude, I just have 3 short reminders for the participants. The first one, maybe it's the previous slide, is still related to Slido. We would like to, so on the same tool and the same Slido channel that we used to ask your questions, we are launching now a satisfaction poll for you to let us know how we did. So we have a little survey for you to fill in, and please try to do that before you leave for the coffee break. We do take these surveys very seriously, and we encourage you to take the chance to let us know how we did. So please go ahead on Slido and answer the poll that is now live on the screen. Then the second reminder, it's indeed the next slide concerning the video presentations that we mentioned throughout this session already. As you know, by now, there are 12 topics open this year for the CET sessions. These are the topics that you see on the screen and the same ones that we had the helicopter view done by Annette and Maria. So for each one of these topics, you're going to find at least one video on the very same page that you're following these events right now. So sometimes you have like there's always a topic presentation under each topic, and sometimes you're going to find a second video also with the policy context behind that topic specifically. So we do encourage you to check these sessions there. That again, they're going to appear as a new tab on these website that you're following the event. There should be a new tab called CET sessions. If you don't see this tab right now, you just need to refresh the page, but please don't do that immediately, otherwise you won't be following me anymore. So as soon as I close this session and release you to the coffee break, please refresh the website, and you should be able to see a tab with the CET sessions and the dedicated videos under each topic. We also have the networking opportunities on this matchmaking platform also on the website. So to answer a bit some of the questions we had on Slido, if you have a project idea, or if you're looking for a partner to join your idea, please make sure that you use this matchmaking platform on the same platform you're following these events to network and exchange ideas, and hopefully you find the partner that you're looking for your proposal. And then I think in the next slide we have the final reminder on which is basically how you can ask questions. So as I said, the CET videos are going to be displayed right now from the second you refresh these websites, or you go directly on the link you see on the screen on your left. And then, of course, if we didn't manage to answer your questions during the CET sessions, we encourage you to send us an email to the email address you see on the right side of your screen, CINEA-life-cet@ec.europa.eu. And then we will be happy to take your questions from that email. And that will be the conclusion for the CET sessions this morning. There will be now a coffee break, and the program will continue from 11:30 on with our colleagues from the other life programs, and I will leave you in the very good hands of my colleague Eva Paparati, who will continue the program for today. But right now, this is the end of the session dedicated to the clean energy transition, and that's my hint to thank you very much for the participation, and we look forward to receiving your questions and eventually your proposals under the call LifeSet 2025. Thank you very much for joining us, and now you can watch the videos if you want and enjoy your coffee break until 11:30. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Here we are back again in the EU Life Info Days, the information days for the LIFE program edition 2025. And we now will start the information session on strategic projects. The call for proposals for strategic projects that cover 3 sub-programs of LIFE: environment, nature, and climate. And this session will last 1 hour. First, we will start with a general introduction and description of the call by my colleagues in CINEA. Then there will be a presentation by DG Environment on how strategic projects can help the implementation of environment and climate policy priorities. And then we will have a special guest, project manager, who will share her experience about being a beneficiary, well, first an applicant and then a beneficiary of LIFE strategic projects, which is called LIFE SIP Bandu. So, after this third presentation, we will have the question and answer session for around 15 minutes. So remember that you can always join us by going to slido.com, and then you have to type hashtag #EU-Life25 to join our question and answer session. And then you can, of course, post your questions, but I would recommend that you wait until the end of the presentations, because you will certainly have a lot of information there, and maybe we can already answer your question before you, even before you ask it. And yeah, when you are in the Slido, then you can also like other people's questions, and this would allow the questions to go up and have a better chance to be answered in priority. However, I will not take more of your time. I would introduce our first speaker, Fabio Dalan, project advisor at CINEA, who will start the presentation on Life Strategic Projects Call. Fabio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you very much. Can we see the slide? Yes, thank you. My name is Fabio Dalan. Together with my colleagues Maria Jose Aramburu and Geraldine, we coordinate this strategic call on its 3 strengths that I will illustrate to you shortly. Can we have the next slide, please? Here is the outline that my colleague Eva already presented. There is this introduction followed up by a presentation by DG Environment and then a presentation by the strategic project Vandu and a question and answer session. Next slide, please. So the LIFE program is divided in 4 sub-programs. The first 2 are in the field of environment, nature and biodiversity, and the other one is circular economy and quality of life. In the climate action field, we have a sub-program in climate mitigation and adaptation and a sub-program in clean energy transition. The first 3 sub-programs that I mentioned are covered by this strategic call. The projects, the number of projects the currently running represents more or less 4% of the total number of LIFE projects, but they consume 26% of the budget. This is to indicate to you that these projects are large in size compared to the standard projects. They have a large funding, but also large ambition, and I will tell you in a minute why. Next slide, please. Here is the main focus of the strategic project. It's one of the targeted strategies and plan that are mentioned in this slide, and you will find more details in the call document. We have 3 strengths, as I mentioned. I will let my colleague Maria Jose Aramburu to illustrate to you the nature part, and then Geraldine will follow up with the environment part.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. I'm just introducing the objective of the strategic nature and biodiversity projects called SNAP. So these strategic projects are focused on pieces of legislation, European legislation, to be implemented in every country. And the main examples that you can be addressed by strategic projects are the prioritized action frameworks, PAFs, for Natura 2000 networks in every country, as it is stated by the Habitats Directive. It could be also recently approved the nature restoration law. So the member states have to draft the national restoration plans for the country. So it is really not yet feasible to be implemented, for example, in this call, because the countries still have not drafted these national restoration plans. Other type of strategies or plans could be also targeted, could be at international level, or a national, even a regional level, always that have a wider scope that a traditional project and are focused on the implementation of these specific pieces of legislations. For example, could be for the implementation of the EU Biodiversity Strategy 2030, or the EU Forest Strategy also 2030, the EU Pollinators Initiative, as I already said, the Nature Restoration Law, or the EU Green Infrastructure Strategy, and also the EU regulation on invasive alien species. So all those plans or strategies can be addressed by the strategic and nature and biodiversity projects. So Geraldine, please, your turn.
Yes, good morning. So I will deal with you about the SIP environment. So for the SIP environment, we have 5 topics that are listed here. I will go through them with you today. So the first one is circular economy. Under this topic, we would target, or your proposal should target, the national or regional circular economy action plans or strategies or roadmaps. So yeah, in your country. The second topic is water. So for the people familiar with water, it's called RBMP, but it means River Basin Management Plans. It's under the Water Framework Directive, and we tackle the flood risk management plans, the marine strategy, and new this year, it's a new subtopic introduced as of 25, the drought management plans. So just to tackle the emerging issue under the water topic. The third topic is waste. So we tackle the waste management plans or the waste prevention programs under the Waste Framework Directive. The fourth topic is air. So basically it's AQP, air quality plans that we target either at regional or local level, and also the national air pollution control programs, very important. And the last topic this year, which is totally new, is noise. So far, we didn't have this topic targeted under the SIP environment. And noise, we mean here the noise action plans pursuant to the directive. The directive is the EU Environmental Noise Directive. So just to focus, we have 2 novelties under the SIP environment this year and for the next years as well: the drought management plans targeted underwater and the noise as a full topic. Fabio, I give you the floor back.
Thank you, Geraldine. For the last trend, the climate action, we have 3 main subtopics. Your project could relate to I think I have a problem with my camera. Well, I will continue in any case. The topic can relate to climate change adaptation. It has to be either at least a regional strategy or a national strategy or action plan in the adaptation domain. We have another topic that focuses on urban. It could be anywhere between adaptation, mitigation, a mix of the two. It could cover also the urban mobility plans. Be careful, one city will not be enough here. We are looking for a multi-city approach because of the large scale of the ambition of the strategic integrated project. Similarly, will you see in the environmental part, air mentions local and regional. So when it's local, it means it's city, but even here, a multi-city approach is necessary for the ambition of the project. The third part is on mitigation. Here you can target the National Energy Climate Plan. It's a wide plan, but you can also focus it on industry-specific sector, and you can match public and private partnership to reach an ambitious emission reduction goal for the mitigation side. Next slide, please. So the key feature of the strategic projects are all named here. First of all, you need to target one plan or strategy. We already mentioned them. You need to select one and focus on it, and taking it as far as possible in its implementation, targeting its full implementation at some point down the line. It has to be large in scale. So large territorial scale, but also large ambition in terms of impact. To do so, you need the competent authority and the responsible authority for implementing the plan. We mentioned in the call that it should be the coordinator. If it's not the coordinator, it's allowed to be only part of the consortium, but it has to be clearly justified the reason why, because we are really looking at implementing the plan on the ground. For doing so, you also need a number of stakeholders. So the main one should be part of the consortium, but you also need to consult all the key stakeholders outside the consortium. It's a key aspect, and it's clear the reasoning why. You will also need to create capacity along the way to implement the strategy and plans until its full implementation. So capacity building is something that needs to be foreseen in your actions. We have also a requirement that is to create a capacity building plan. Additionally, to implement your plan, the life funding will not be enough. So you need to match those funding with other funding sources. So we call them complementary funding. I will give you some definitions later on, but these are essential to give you all the funding capacity to carry out your action. You also will need time, so we suggest to you to foresee a project that is in between 8 to 10 years long. We have in our financial regulation a limit up to 14 years, but this includes any possible extension of the project, and we cannot really go beyond that. So that's why we recommend between 8 to 10 years for your project initial duration. Next slide, please. So here, this illustrates the funding plan. We have two major rectangular here. On the bottom left, you see the LIFE project itself. It has two parts. One is the co-financing from the LIFE program. It's 60% of your total strategic project. 40% needs to come from your own pocket, and it does not have to include any EU funding sources. Additionally, in the application form, you will have to specify what measures you will do and what are the complementary measures and complementary funding that will run in parallel and together with the strategic project to reach the full implementation, or to reach a significant part of its full implementation. And that you will see in the bigger rectangular. In here, you cannot use any other LIFE project as complementary funding, but you can use any other EU or national or private funds. And in the next slide, I will tell you more about this complementary funding. Here, it's a picture of what I just said. So on the top in green, you see the SIP, the Strategic Integrated Project Actions, and the funding on the right-hand side. On the bottom with the other colors, you see other potential actions that will run together with their strategic project to carry you to the full or almost full implementation of your plan. So if you need to implement your strategy, you need large infrastructure, you could activate the cohesion fund. Or if you need trainings for farmer, or you need to put in place some agricultural measures, you can activate the agriculture funds, at least part of it. You have at your disposal the European Regional Development Fund, for example, or if you need some scientific studies or research results, you can draw up from project-based funding, such as Horizon. It could be also Interact. So this is a picture of the puzzle that you need to build and explain to us how you will put all the pieces together to reach your goal. Next slide, please. As I said, complementary funding are a key aspect to reach the implementation of the plan. It's 20% of the evaluation of your proposal, and in a minute you will see the evaluation criteria. A little definitions here. we call mobilized complementary funding those funding that are already committed and confirmed. They will be countersigned. You will need at least one declaration from the competent authority that these funding are committed for the purpose of the project. This is an eligibility criteria. It's necessary, but there's also the requirement is a bit softened in case you don't have this commitment. You at least need to send a letter of intent from the relevant authority. So you need at least one fund and one complementary fund together with the project. But one fund may not also not be enough. So we also define what are the coordinated complementary funding. Those funding may not be committed. They will be committed in the future because the project is long. So, but you will need them in your strategy, as I showed in the picture before. So we call those coordinated complementary funding. In our evaluation, we also look at the nature of this funding and the magnitude of the funding. So we prefer to see funds that have long duration and long ambitions and have a long program period, such as national or regional funds or EU structural funds. But part of the puzzle can also be Horizon and Interreg project, or more limited in scope and time project base. So it's important that you mention all of them, that we have a complete pictures of your project, but also do not overdo it. We also see long list of funding. It looks very ambitious, but then they are not matched by the measures that these funds will be utilized for. So in your application, you have a section 5 where you need to specify the measures. Be careful at matching the amount of funds with the amount of measures. Next slide, please. For those that submitted and were not successful in the previous calls, be careful, there are some small changes in the call document. I already illustrated the definition of complementary funding. This was improved. There are 3 templates that if you already filled in, there are some small changes. Please look at those 3 templates named there. We also specified in the call document what we mean with capacity building plan and what are the expectation of the afterlife plan. And my colleague already illustrated to you what are the novelties in terms of topic compared to the previous year. Next slide, please. Okay, I pass the floor to Geraldine. She will illustrate to you the evaluation criteria.
Yes, thank you, Fabio. Okay, so just some words to focus on the evaluation, because the specificity of the strat call is that we have 2 stages, not only one, like the other live calls. So I will try to illustrate. So first stage, we have the concept note stage, for which we have a yes/no criteria. We have one expert tackling the 4 topics that I will read you now. So first, we will assess the implementation of the plans or strategy that you are targeting. Secondly, we will see the territorial coverage, which is very important. So we will see if you tackle a wide range of the territory of your country, for example. The third criterion is the coordination of complementary funds. So Fabio detailed them a bit earlier. And the 4th point is the involvement of key stakeholders, which is a very important point, just to see if you have gathered all the stakeholders relevant to tackle the implementation of the plan you are targeting. So that's very important. So just to be very clear, of course, you can find more details in the call text itself, but the concept note must meet all 4 criteria to be invited for a full proposal. So you must have 4 yes to be invited to the second stage. So next slide, please. Okay, so here I will have an agenda later on to a calendar later on to make you understand what I mean with stage 1, stage 2, in case you are not familiar with. So the stage 2 is the full proposal stage. And here we expect a more detailed proposal. So we have five evaluation criteria. The relevance first. So it means to see how your proposal is tackling the specific objective of the LIFE program and how you contribute to the environmental or climate policy. The second point is the impact. So here we try to assess the performance, the ambition as well of your proposal, and see about the impact and the performance assessment. The third point is the quality of your proposal. It's very important. So we try to assess the clarity of your proposal, the feasibility of it, and the appropriateness of some specific aspects. For example, if you have identified the relevant stakeholders, or if the dissemination and communication on your project is relevant. The fourth criterion is the resources. It's very important as well to see if you have the right project team. The description of your budget is also a key element in the proposal, and we also assess the environmental footprint for your project. And last but not least, I would say the complementary funding. So we assess the level of mobilization of other funds, as it was explained in the previous slides. We see also the quality of the coordination mechanism between all the funds involved. And we also assess the complementary actions. So that's the five award criteria for the second stage. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we have the calendar I was mentioning later on, previously, sorry. So the call for Strat opened end of April. You have a deadline to submit the concept note early September, the 4th of September, 5 p.m. You should receive first feedback on the concept note in November. Then the second deadline for the submission of the full proposal is set for March 26, the 5th of March 26, and then we will start the second stage evaluation. And normally, some feedback on the results should be shared in June next year. And we expect, but yeah, it's we try to expect to have grant agreement signature by November the same year. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to give you an overview of the budget we have. So this year it's a bit higher for the SNAP and the SIP environment. So for the SNAP we have 72 million. SIP environment 56 million, and Klima we still have 30 million. So in total we have 158 millions. So as set in the call for proposal, the indicative range of budget is 12 millions. I will explain here, because you may know that sometimes we have budgets that are really higher, but we put this indicative limit of 12 because the idea is that we try to finance the maximum number of projects, and if all the applicants try to remain in this range, it would facilitate the financing of more projects. So it's just indicative, but now it's official to 12 millions. So you can see how many projects we could finance under each strand this year. And the expected duration, as Fabio mentioned, so yeah, very likely it's between 5 and 10 years for the majority of the project we receive, but yeah. So next slide, please. Okay, so just to explain how we can support you to prepare a proposal for the Strat. So first, you have the NCPs in your country to organize meetings with you if you are interested to apply. We have many information in the call for proposal, so it's very important you read it carefully. We have FAQs, frequent asked questions, that can really also guide you in case things are not clear, if you have a question on the award criteria, on the evaluation, etc. We also have project fact sheets that can be found on the CINEA Life website. It's very useful. And the last point I wanted to detail is the technical assistance project called TAPP. So it's a technical assistance call for proposal. It's to support the preparation of strategic projects for SIP and SNAPs. And the idea is to prepare and submit a good proposal. So the co-financing rate is 60% with a maximum grant. You can see 70,000 euros. And the maximum duration is 2 years. So the reference of this code is Life 25 TAPP. Next slide, please. Okay, what we can offer from the CINEA side. So we can, of course, tackle and respond to your general question on the strats. We can also respond to the specific question related to the call documents, to the application forms, but also to the provisions that are set in the multi-annual work program, which is new this year as well. We can clarify your expectations and also facilitate the networking with successful running SIP and SAP. What we cannot do in CINEA is to read or advise on draft applications. And just to remind the very important email address, CINEA Life Inquiries, in case you have questions on the strat, on the call documents, on the call itself. So don't hesitate to write to this address. Next slide. Yeah, so just to say you good luck for the proposal writing, and just in case you have question, take a good look to the call for proposal 25, and don't hesitate to write us through the email address. Thank you. I give the floor now, sorry, to Przemysław from DG Environment.
Yes, thank you, Geraldine. The next speaker is Przemysław Oczynski. He's a policy officer in DG Environment, and he will give us a presentation on how strategic projects can help the implementation of environment policy priorities, with also an example on SNAP, Strategic Nature Project. So, Przemysław, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eva. Welcome to all the participants of this webinar. So I will give a short presentation about the relevance of the strategic nature projects in the context of the EU nature protection and restoration policy. So the first slide, please. So first, a very short introduction to the policy context. I guess everybody in this forum who's watching and listening this space is very much aware about the biodiversity crisis that we are facing. And this biodiversity crisis is shown, for example, by the indicators that we get about the conservation status of the habitats and species of EU interest. Every 6 years, the EU member states have to report to the Commission about the conservation status of the habitats and species protected in the EU. And the results of the previous cycle that covered the years 2013, 2018, they were very concerning because only 15% of our habitats are in a good conservation status. The situation is a little bit better with the species, but it's not great either. Right now, the member states are submitting to the Commission the results of the monitoring for the next 6-year cycle, and we will have the new report next year. But it is very unlikely that we will see major improvements in this area. So we very much need to mobilize all the possible sources of funding, including live projects, to address this challenges. Next slide, please. So in terms of the political response of the EU to address this multiple environmental and climate crisis, in 2019, as you probably know, the EU came up with a broad overall strategy to address this multiple crisis, the European Green Deal, and it had many objectives. The implementation of this strategy has been somewhat successful. We managed to achieve some things. Right now, we are rather in the reverse process, focusing more on competitiveness and industrial revival, etc. But nevertheless, we managed to get some of the main objectives of the European Green Deal delivered. And one of them, the most important for the nature protection and restoration policy, is the EU Biodiversity Strategy that was adopted in 2020, in May 2020, and it covers the period until 2030. So now I would like to present the two main objectives of this strategy that are relevant for our policy. Next slide, please. So the strategy overall had 4 main objectives, but in the context of the life funding, the first 2 are the most relevant. So the first goal, to protect nature, and specifically the strategy set up the goal to legally protect 30% of EU land and sea area, 1/3 of each of this protected area should be strictly protected. So 10% of the EU territory should be strictly protected, and that should include all EU primary and all growth forests. And also 30% of the species and habitats that are not in favorable conservation status should show positive trend. So definitely strategic nature projects should help us to achieve these very relevant policy goals. The next slide, please. And probably the most impactful objective and deliverable under the EU Biodiversity Strategy relates to the ambition of restoring the nature. So the strategy promised to deliver a new legislative act to help restore our nature. And that was delivered in June last year, when the EU co-legislators adopted the first of its kind, and the nature restoration regulation, which sets the overall objective of restoring 20% of EU land by 2030, and all ecosystems in need of restoration by 2050. So this is the overall broad objective, and then this objective is then detailed in relation to specific ecosystem types and specific measures to be implemented. So under the regulation, we have objectives pertaining to the habitats and species covered by the existing EU legislation, so by the Habitats and Birds Directive, but also there are new ambitions in terms of the pollinators. We have the objective of stopping and reversing the decline of pollinators. We have specific objectives in relation to forest ecosystems, whereby the member states should ensure that they show progress in terms of, for example, the amount of deadwood, in terms of the conservation status of the habitats and species which are typical for the forest ecosystems. Then for the first time, we have also specific objectives related to the urban ecosystems, particularly the objective of stopping the decline of the green areas in urban areas and greening our urban areas. We have specific objectives related to agricultural ecosystems. And here, for example, we have ambitions in terms of restoring the peatlands. And one of the most important measures here is rewetting our peatlands, which are under agricultural use. But also there are obligations and ambitions in terms of, for example, the improving the population of the bird species typical for agricultural ecosystems or butterfly species. And then we also have specific objectives related to marine ecosystems, because until now, the marine ecosystems, for different reasons, they were maybe less of the focus. But now the nature restoration regulations regulation brings them specifically into focus with setting specific restoration measures similar to the terrestrial ecosystem types. And then we also have a very specific objective, for example, for river connectivity, whereby the member states should ensure that we restore 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing rivers. And all of these objectives should be translated in the member states by the member states into national restoration plans that are supposed to be submitted to the Commission in by August next year. And this restoration plans they can be one of the plans that can be actually covered by the strategic nature project. So next slide, please. Just to briefly summarize what the strategic nature projects can cover in terms of nature nature plans and strategies. So until now, the strategic nature projects, they've focused on the prioritized action frameworks, which are the documents where the member states plan actions for Natura 2000. But since we will probably not have this specific tool in the next EU funding cycle, because they, to a large extent, they overlap with the national restoration plans. It looks likely that the member states from now on will focus mostly on the preparation of the restoration plans, and this can be covered by the strategic nature projects. But the member states still can also finance measures that they identified in their prioritized action frameworks under the strategic nature projects. Also, other plans and strategies on the national, regional or multi-regional level can be funded by this project. And as regards the specific formal requirements, I will not repeat them because you got a very detailed presentation by the previous speakers. So I would just like to finish my presentation with the last slide and invite you to have a look at the projects that have been approved and funded so far. On the CINEA webpage, you have links to all the projects that all the SNAP projects that have been approved to date, and I'm sure it will be a good inspiration to prepare the applications for the next calls. And I specifically here provided links to two interesting SNAP projects that have been approved recently. The Belgian project that implements the PAF, the Prioritized Action Framework for Natura 2000, but also the other regional and national strategies. It's an interesting example of a very broad project which brought together a number of authorities, and also a project that is focusing specifically on one ecosystem type, the wetlands, the Polish wetland project that is also focused on the implementation of the Natura 2000 wetlands, and also the green infrastructure. That's an example of interesting example of a project that by addressing a specific ecosystem type is also aiming at broader restoration and conservation measures on the national level. So thank you very much, and good luck with the next applications. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Remislav, for your very interesting presentation. Yeah, I realize now that we are running late, so please stay with us, because there will be a question and answer session after the next presentation. So now I have the pleasure to invite Eva Posyuniene, sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly, head of the Water Project Group, APVA, who is in charge of the project Life SIP Vanduo. So Eva, please, can you turn on your microphone and camera? And yes, I see you now. And join us to present us your project, to give us an example of a strategic project. And yes, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so if you can keep to 10 minutes, it would be great. So the floor is yours.
Well, hello to everyone. A warm welcome to all of you joining this insightful, informative, and truly valuable event. Whether you are an expert, a project participant, or one of the young and promising individuals interested in joining the LIFE team. A big thank you to CINEA for giving us this opportunity to share information. I hope it sparks ideas and proves useful to you all. My name is Eva Posyuniene, and well, let me introduce you to the EU LIFE program project, LIFE Strategic Integrated Project, Integrated Water Management in Lithuania, which we call LIFE SIP Vanduo for short, where the word Vanduo is Lithuanian for water. Project overview. The project is being implemented across the entire territory of Lithuania. Nearly 20 million is directly allocated to the project, while its activities are linked to another funding sources totaling 826 million. It is a 10-year project. We started nearly 1.5 years ago and will continue working until the end of 2033, so still 8.5 years to go. We have gathered an impressive team of professionals and experts. The project is coordinated by the Environmental Projects Management Agency, where I work. And we collaborate with 16 partners, including ministries, government institutions, scientific bodies, non-governmental organizations, municipality, private water company, and 2 additional partners. Next slide, please. Project goals. Our mission is to improve the condition of Lithuania's surface water bodies through various activities, focusing on reducing pollution in rivers and lakes, restoring aquatic ecosystems, ensuring sustainable and reliable water resource management. The project aligns with and supports the National Water Plan for the period of 2022-2027, which shares these exact objectives. Next slide, please. Current water status in Lithuania. Here you can see the distribution of water bodies at risk across Lithuania's 4 main river basins. 64% of surface water bodies in Lithuania have not yet achieved good ecological status. The main reasons, they are traditional, time-consuming procedures, limited capacity of responsible authorities, and insufficient funding. The key pressures preventing improvement remains the same. Diffuse agricultural pollution, hydromorphological alterations, urban domestic pollution, disrupted river continuity, illegal discharges, historical and secondary pollution. All necessary measures and to address these challenges and improve water quality are included in the action plan of Lithuania. The next slide, please. To achieve the change, the project also focuses on improving water resource management efficiency, reliable methodologies and tools for assessing water conditions, clear identification and mobilization of funding sources to support the implementation of the National Water Plan of the present period, 22-27, and to the strategic planning of the next phase, 28-33, using project results to shape future water management policies. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the project activities are carried out nationwide, but we also have pilot projects designed to serve as prototypes for addressing key environmental concerns. Lithuanian territory is divided into 4 river basins, and our pilot projects are focused on the largest one, the Nemunas River Basin. Next slide, please. To achieve our goals, we are implementing 7 pilot projects, each tackling different challenges, such as reducing agricultural pollution in water bodies, restoring natural river characteristics to mitigate hydromorphological impacts, and developing mechanisms to regulate the effects of hydropower plants. Improving the ecological status of 20 lakes using fish biomanipulation methods. Reducing rainfall, runoff pollution to Lake Vievis through natural water retention solutions. Improving the ecological status of water bodies in the Dovine River Basin. Reducing micropollutant loads from Klaipėda city's wastewater treatment plants. And enhancing environmental monitoring by developing remote surveillance tools to help detect illegal pollution sources more efficiently. These initiatives will help us test, refine, and scale up effective solutions for water management across Lithuania. Next slide, please. Well, we have ambitious goals, really, and through the Life Sifando project and opportunities it provides, we are fully committed to achieving them. Let's see. Our main objectives are implementing the national water plans for the present period and preparing for the next period with the ultimate goal of improving surface water quality. Bringing experts together on a unified platform to exchange knowledge and manage water resources more effectively. Sharing best practices with international experts, expanding our expertise and strengthening our capabilities. Developing a reliable system of tools and methodologies to monitor water bodies and assess their condition. securing investments to ensure the continuity of activities beyond the project's duration and expand their application. And rising public awareness, of course, about the importance of clean water, fostering a healthy mindset, and encouraging responsible water conservation. Next slide, please. So, and finally, here are the contact details for the organization leading the LIFE-SIP Vanduo project, including my own. So please don't hesitate to reach out with any questions or topics of interest. We are more than happy to share our experience and insights, and we truly encourage open discussions. And a huge thank you to the LIFE program and CINEA for their support. Thank you all for time and attention today. And because of all, life, what is life? So thank you once more.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation and for sharing your experience with us about your project. Yes, so I think we really have to move on and take the questions, because our potential applicants can now join through slido.com with the hashtag EULife25 and post your questions. I see there are already 12 questions, and I see that our panelists, the speakers of today, are with us. So let's start with the first question. The first, can you show the questions, please, Becca, please? I think the first question is for my colleagues at CINEA. A slide mentions the complementary funding, that is 40%, must not include EU funding. Can you please confirm and clarify? Who can take this question?
I can take it, Eva. Yes, I confirm that no EU funding can contribute to that 40%. It has to come from national, regional, local money, no EU funding.
Or also could be also private funds. So if you have any foundation or any organization that want to fund your project, could be part of that 40% also.
Yes, thank you, Maria Jose.
Thank you. The next question is, would a project to implement nature-based solutions for wastewater treatment coordinated by a local authority, a research institution, and water users meet the scale and stakeholder requirements to qualify as a SIP, that is a strategic integrated project? I don't know who can reply, maybe Peppa or maybe Geraldine, if you're... Oh, no, I see Geraldine is not with us. So...
I'm here, sorry, but I couldn't read the questions.
Ah, you're here. Sorry, I didn't see Geraldine. So the question is, I can read it to you. Would a project to implement nature-based solutions for wastewater treatment coordinated by a local authority, a research institution, and water users meet the scale and stakeholder requirements to qualify as a SIP? So they already have in mind a very specific project, and they want to know if it would meet the requirements.
Yes, so I would say yes, but we have to assess indeed the territorial coverage and all these elements. So yeah, with the few elements, I would say yes, but yeah, to be checked indeed.
Yeah, but I think it is important to highlight that the scope of the strategic projects is really wider than a traditional project. Then maybe only a project at local level would better match a traditional project, life project, than a strategic one. So it is something to take into account.
Okay, thank you both. Maybe if you have a very specific question, you can ask it through our functional mailbox, and we will try to reply. Next question is, would a regional roadmap for the transition to clean energy 2050, including adaptation and mitigation, be eligible in the line of community-based action plans leading to a climate neutral and/or resilient society? Who can reply to this question? Fabio?
This is more related to climate. I will take it. Yes, it does qualify. You will need to choose whether you fit best in the climate mitigation or the urban part, but all the project in the climate sub program will compete with each other. So no matter what you will choose, the fact that it has a regional scale, the fact that it targets climate goals, you will need to mention which strategy you are targeting, and you will need to upload the strategies as part of the annex of the application. But the short answer is yes, it does qualify.
Great, thank you, Fabio. I think the next question is also for you. Could Life SIP Klima, so strategic integrated project under climate action, be requested around 2 lines at the same time? 2 regional adaptation strategies and 4 greenhouse gas mitigation strategies at the greenhouse gas level, region or low carbon economy roadmaps? I think it must be the same person asking.
It's it's a similar question, so similar answer. Yes, it does.
Yes.
Even if you cut across, choose the topic that most fits your intentions, but there is not clear distinctions when it comes to the evaluation.
Thank you, Fabio. Now we have a general question by Yelena. That is, how many applications of these large-scale projects do you usually receive per year? And are the lead beneficiaries national authorities, or are there any other type of institutions or organizations that apply as the lead beneficiaries? Maybe Shahardin?
Yes, totally. So I would say it depends on the strands. Of course, so for example, this year, 24 was very specific year because we received a lot of application also external to the EU, so which was the first year. But normally, for example, for the strand SIP environment, we receive like 10 proposal or even a bit less. For my colleagues, I will give the floor to Fabio and Maria Jose, but it's not a huge amount of proposal in general. Fabio, you want to complement this?
Yes, on the climate strand, we are around 6 to 9, and we finance 1/3 of them, and this is broadly speaking.
It is also important, for example, to note that some proposals in the first stage could not be admissible or eligible. For example, this year we received surprisingly applications from several African countries that, of course, cannot be eligible. So it depends, but the number, for example, this year for the full proposal stage, we finally received 4 applications for nature biodiversity.
Thank you for the complementary answers. Now, next question is, has any strategic project from the private sector bodies been approved so far? Can answer this question. Any volunteer? Do you know if any?
Well, I will speak for climate. We would really like to see on the climate side, but we haven't seen so far. That's for climate. I don't know if Geraldine can mention something for other parts.
No, for environment, I cannot say neither. Yeah. Maria Jose, for
No. And the point, for example, we have seen in some cases that the coordinating beneficiary is not a public body because the competent authority for the plan must be in that case partner in the consortium and must be clearly having the decision power on the project. In some cases, the public body has argued that they have no personal resources or so on for managing such a big type of projects, and then they have decided to outsource to a private entity, but this must be very, very well argued and justified to be acceptable. So, but it is not usual. It's normally more the coordinating beneficiary, the authority responsible for the application of the plan or the strategy. And what you said, sorry, coming back maybe to the previous question, yeah, the plan could be a regional authority. For example, there are cases like countries like Spain or Germany that the regional authorities are the competent ones for managing nature biodiversity law at a regional level, and they have their own plans and strategies, so they can also get applied to a strategic project.
Okay, thank you very much, Pepa, for this detailed reply. Next question is, how did the 2025-2027 update of the LIFE multi-annual work program affected the technical lines of support of the call for integrated strategic projects? Who can reply? Maybe Fabio or Geraldine? So maybe, do you understand the question?
I'm trying to
It's not easy. How the multi-annual work program updates have changed the priorities?
Maybe it refers to the topics.
The technical lines of support.
Yeah, apart from the new topic this year, as mentioned, so for SNAP and one topic and one subtopic for CIP-ENV, I don't think there are much change compared to the previous multi-annual work program. And just to correct, it's the years 25-27 for the new one, not 24. Maybe it was, yeah.
So no big changes.
No big changes.
It's always better to read the call carefully to make sure you.
Yeah, no big changes. For example, for nature, it was the nature restoration law who was also not included before, and now is considered, of course, because before was not approved the law. So now it is also included.
Yeah.
But in substance, no big changes.
Okay, thank you. I realize that we are running out of time, but do you agree to take a couple of more questions?
Yes.
Dear colleagues? Yes. I don't see questions for the project, but please stay with us another 5 minutes. So the next question is, can you please clarify the expected level of ambition when it comes to projects related to the waste management and waste prevention plans, especially the latter, the waste prevention plans? Any specificities you could share on this front? Level of ambition of... so this would be for Geraldine, I think.
Yeah, no, I would just advise to read the call for proposal very carefully, but on the waste topic, I don't have much, but the description is quite detailed in the call for proposal. Yeah.
Always better to read the call to make sure that you have all the information before you apply. Next question. Can a strategic project be linked to the new European Bauhaus priorities and target, for example, large-scale neighborhood renovations focusing on circular bio-based renewable energy? This might be for Fabio. Or
it looks too specific as a topic. It looks like a topic you would apply for a project. Here we are looking at city scale. So if you are targeting adaptation in cities or adaptation plus mitigation, you can apply for our urban topic, but it has to be a multi-city approach, and it has to cover the various elements of adaptation and mitigation. So you can target all the mitigation in buildings, plus adaptation measures in buildings and in the cities, and with a multi-city approach, you would reach a scale. But this specific topic would be too limited, I would say, to have a successful proposal. But you can always submit. You will have a feedback from the first stage, and there we will tell you in which way to tune your full proposal to reach the scale that we need.
Great, thanks a lot, Fabio. So let's take a last question. Can a strategic project be linked to the new European Bauhaus? Oh, no, sorry, this one was already answered, sorry. Thank you for the presentation. Does the indicated average project budget consider only the life grant part of the full value of the project, including the co-funding and side fundings? Who can reply?
Yeah, no, I mean the 12 millions are the grant provided by the Strat call, of course. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's EU money. It's not the full proposal project.
Yes. Yeah, normally we are really out of time, but I see there was a question, sorry, if you don't mind, that it's always going down because other questions are pushed up, but it was about the composition of the consortium. Is it possible to be a mono-beneficiary? Because this question I see was always going up and down. And if it's a very simple one, I think you can reply.
The eligibility is for minimum 2. Yes, there is an eligibility.
So the minimum of 2
applicants. Yeah.
They cannot be mono-beneficiary. No. Okay, that was a straightforward answer. So thank you very much to all the panelists and speakers for your presentations and for being here also to answer the questions. Sorry if a few questions couldn't be answered, but please don't hesitate to share, to send us your questions through the functional mailbox, which is CINEA-live-inquiries@ec.europa.eu. We will try to answer as soon as possible. And I would like just to take a few more moments to ask our participants to answer our Slido poll to let us know what is their degree of satisfaction of this information session. And before we break for lunch, please just take a few moments to give us your feedback by going to slido.com, #EULife25. And then just after lunch at 2 p.m., we will reconvene for the info session on the call for proposal for PLP projects, that is policy and legislative priorities projects. So see you in a bit and enjoy your lunch.
Good morning to everybody. That's the third day of our EU Info Day, presenting you comprehensively the LIFE program and all its calls. So that session is dedicated to what we call the PLP project and the specific call which is launched, like all the others, to select those projects. So soon you will be seeing a proper presentation. This presentation will be followed also with a question and answers, like for many other sessions. Just know that only the question related to that specific call will be answered today. The others will be put aside, and so it's important that you really focus your question to the call. The other things as well is that the presentation, the recording, they will be made available on the event website. So just for you to know and avoiding spending your time asking the question. So now I'm also joined during this session with a number of colleagues. that you don't see now, but they are already with me. And they will be here with me during the Q&A, the question and answer session, because each of the specific priority is followed by a specific colleague. So you will understand that very soon. Next slide, please. So the presentation is basically that, presenting you the call, presenting you also what are the PAP common characteristics, because they have some. And also we will go one by one into the list of the various topics and the specific also priority among those topics. Next slide. So what are the policy and legislative priority projects called PLPs? So those projects are mentioned in the LIFE regulation. So why they are mentioned is because it's really important for an institution like the Commission to make sure that the political momentum and the legislative, let's say, momentum as well is well supported. We know that there are challenges either in defining the legislation or even in the implementation of those legislation. So this is why we have the PLPs. The PLPs are annually defined, the thematic, the priority, by trying to understand what are the barriers, the challenges, and they are discussed in consultation with the member states and the third party associated to the LIFE program. And annually, we have a set of those which are published as a call for ideas on how to address those challenges. So as you can see, it's really adapted to the challenges related to the legislation. Next slide. So in 2025, the call opened like all the others on the 24th of April and will close on the 23rd of September. So in the funding and tender portal, you will find that there are 3 calls related to the PLPs. So and each of them is a specific topic. You have the call related to the field of clean energy transition. That's the topic 1. The topic 2 is the call related to those projects in the field of nature, biodiversity, circular economy, and quality of life. And the topic 3 is a specific one called urban. And you will see here, it's a call for the green transition in urban space. And you will understand why. Next slide. So what is important to understand as well is each of those topics are separate call, if you want. And each of them have a given budget. And we have some expectation under each of that, and also related to the number of projects that we hope to select for funding. So for example, for the clean energy transition one, it's a budget of 2 million, but only 1 project will be selected. On the topic nature and environment, here you can see it's 1 topic with a budget which is more important, 11.8 million. However, under that topic, we have 7 sub-priority, specific priority. And therefore, for each of those priority, we are expecting only 1 project. And we have also detailed for each of those projects the expected budget, maximum budget. For the PLP, here we have 8 million for the entire topic, and there we expect to select between 3 to 4 projects. Next slide, please. So I was mentioning common priority. So one of the common characteristics here is that each project is addressing a specific challenge. So it's built, designed to address a specific challenge. So the needs linked to that challenge. So basically our colleague, and it's addressed, is discussed also with the Commission DGs, what we call the policy DGs. They know their legislation very well, and they know what they need in terms of either better preparing those legislation or better implementing it. So therefore, they define the need, and they define also a number of expected results, or even sometimes some specific output that they are expecting from the project. And this is what they are defining in the call document. So in the section 2 of the call document, now you might be familiar about all this jargon. There is one call document where all the topic and specific priority are defined, and each of them have their own objective, their own analysis assessment, and the eligible activity, and the number of other requirements. So each time is the same. And of course, when you apply only, or you might apply to several of them, but you apply each proposal to a specific funding priority or a specific priority under the funding, the topic number 2, because we have 7. One characteristic also, which is common to all the PLPs, is that we have some specific requirement in the call document. And we do have, and you will see it, requirement related to the consortium setting. That's really important to read well, understand well what are these settings and what are the requirements, because they are not always of the same nature. They can be either a knowledge requirement related to the coverage of for example, the member state, or it could be the nature of the consortium, the consortium or the specific beneficiary. So this is specified, and so it's important that you know exactly and that you meet exactly the requirement, because those are eligibility criteria, meaning that if you don't meet, basically your proposal is not evaluated because it's not considered eligible. So that's also something very important here to understand. Those PLP, the PLP call is rather prescriptive on what we are looking for. Usually we have one grant awarded per topic. As you have already seen, for the urban one, we hope to have more than one, and this is already mentioned. We also have the maximum budget set by the topic or the specific priority. We have all across the call a maximum funding rate of 90%. So that's you can ask up to the 90% of your estimated eligible cost as EU contribution. And we do have also some specific conditions related to cost. Specifically, for example, it's allowed to have equipment or infrastructure, but only the depreciated cost is eligible. So that's an important thing, not the full cost of the infrastructure, for instance. You have also some costs which are not eligible, like, for example, the volunteer cost or the financial support to third party. So please look to the section 10 when preparing your proposal. Next slide. Okay, here we are entering now into the core of our presentation. So here I will present each of the topic and specific priority that we are expecting. It will go fast. Of course, I will not enter into the detail of each of them because we don't have time, we would need a day. But I hope really you have been already reading the proposal, the call document if you are here with us. So the first one is the topic related to the field of clean energy transition. Here, what we focus is on the EU eco-design and energy labeling regulations. So it's a set of regulations that is here addressed. And what we want to do is improving the impact of those regulations, and implement test method to better understand actually the real life product use, how they are used. And there, the policy DG has listed a number of expected activity that they want to see. They want to see measurement campaign. They want to see household engagement and retention. This is the outcome that they wish. And they want to also make sure that the relevant stakeholders are associated to the specific project. So as you can see here, it's a good example. We have clearly the legislation, and the legislation exists. And here what we want to see, we want to improve and maybe enhance the implementation and see how it's actually working. We have, as you can see here, an indicative project duration, the maximum budget I was mentioning, each of the priority and the topic will have one. And we have also a consortium requirement. So in that case, for example, the consortium is that the proposal must be submitted, but at least 3 beneficiaries. So it's not affiliated entity, it's beneficiary. So that's the minimum. And they have to be from 3 different eligible countries. So you see, it's very precise and it has to be met. Next slide. The topic 2, as I was mentioning already, has 7 specific priorities. So I will go one by one. Like this, you will hear it. Next slide. The first one is focused on, as you can see here in the screen, the EU Forest Strategy for 2030, and also the biodiversity strategy as a whole. So here what we want to strengthen the forester skills in terms of biodiversity. So to make sure that the forest management practices are in line with the biodiversity requirement. And there are guidelines already existing. And what we want to do thanks to that project is to make those guidelines better known, to make training, so to deliver, to identify first the training needs and also to deliver those training. So that's what this project is looking for. How you do that? That's the applicant. That's what the applicant will have to design how to reach those objectives. But that's the objective which are set for that specific need that is identified. So here again, we have the information that you see on the screen, the maximum budget, the indicative project duration. And the consortium requirement here has a specific aspect that was not there, was not the same way like the other one. Here you can see that you have conditions on the type of beneficiary, so the type of beneficiary, but also their coverage. So at least 2/3 of the EU member states needs to be covered. And here I just want to stress EU member state and not EU participating country. Doesn't mean that EU participating countries are not eligible. Of course they are, but still it's really a requirement related to the EU member state. That's important. We are talking about EU legislation. Next slide. So new European Bauhaus. So just do not confuse that one with the Bauhaus priority that we have under the Standard Action Project, Circular Economy and Quality of Life. So that specific one is supporting directly for small and medium-sized municipalities in setting their own plan for providing affordable housing. And there they want it to be transforming the building stocks, so the building that already exists, using sufficient and adaptability measure. Here it's in bold. Why? Because that's described in the call document. So those definitions are clear and they are in the call document. So that's what is aimed at. And here you have a short duration project. It's supporting the municipality to develop those plans, but you have also a relatively large budget. And that's also a consortium requirement, which is set. So the consortium shall include the 4 local authorities. So, and they are from 4 different eligible countries. So that's the requirement that will have to be met by the consortium. Next slide. So this one, here the legislation is the newly adopted Environmental Crime Directive. So here what we want is to enhance the capacity of the enforcer, if I may say so, to implement the directive in EU member states. So as we know, the directive are to be then adapted to the EU member state. And here it's a preparatory work that is done upfront also to enhance the capacity of the member state to handle and to really implement this directive. So, of course, much more is in the core document explaining you there is a set of requirements, also of expected output that is described. So here we have a project duration of 30 months, 1.5 million, and the consortium here must include at least one of the EU network of environmental practitioners, so the one which are, and here you have examples. So we do not say which one, that's the, let's say, that's the applicant to define. It could be more than one, but that's the minimum requirement. Next slide. So here, what we are in this one, it's the new eco-design for sustainable product regulation, which is target. And here, what we wish to have is ensuring the view of the European Consumer Organization and environmental NGO in the preparatory process to develop delegated act and implementing act. It's very technical, as you can see. This is really, really technical. So if you don't understand what that means, maybe it's because you are not working in that field. Also, the cover the standardization activity related to the product group under this regulation. So that's very specified also in the core document. And here again, you have a consortium requirement, which also addresses the notion of coverage. So because this is really EU-wide, that we want to have this type of applicant coverage and therefore coverage also of the project. And next slide. This one is focused on the nature restoration regulation. So, and not only that one, but on the specific incorporation of the result-based payments scheme, which we know works well out there, but is also a bit difficult to implement. So there are, let's say, some reluctance sometimes, some difficulty, some red tapes that it's important to explain. And for that, what this project wish is to establish peer-to-peer network, connecting the authorities, learning from each other, where it works well, how they have implemented, why it works well in some conditions, less in other. All that is what this project will develop. And also survey, seminar, exchange of information to improve the implementation of those schemes that can give very good results. And here again, you have some consortium requirements, and it's really important that here you can see one of the requirements is that you have to be already managing those payments to be part of the consortium, because the whole point here is that you know what works and you have a good understanding of the situation. Next slide. The 6th of the 7 under this priority is related to, again, the eco-design for sustainable product regulation. So this regulation is an important regulation under the Green Deal. And here it's a different angle. It's a different angle. Is the angle that supporting the economic actor, the SMEs, the companies, moving towards still economically viable, because this is what we wish, but sustainable circular business model. So, and here it's really to support that by giving them advisory services, validation of knowledge, and also making sure that all those models are mainstream and also strengthening the market readiness and competitiveness of sustainable product. So here again, you have a long list of expected outcome and output that are expected. But here, as you can see, there is no consortium requirement. So this will not be, there will be no eligibility criteria related to the consortium. You have the expected project duration. Here it's a range, and the budget. Next slide. The last one is related to water resilience strategy and zero pollution, and to a specific issue that unfortunately we see often is that we have small incident, pollution incident, leak or something like that on a transboundary area in a river base, for example, and this has a huge impact because of the lack of collaboration. I mean, the two sides are not speaking the same language, are not using the same tools, and this is why they can't react early enough to limit the pollution. So that project is exactly working on that, trying to find ways to have those alert models which are understood and by several transboundary area, so to avoid those peaks of pollution. And here it's again a consortium who has the capacity to understand the challenges related to that, water authorities in charge of a river management plan, and well, so that's the requirement. Next slide. So now I have finished for the topic 2, and I'm always finished for the presentation, so we can open for question. It's a topic 3, so it's a topic on its own. Just so it's the topic what we call PLP urban. So what we aim here is to support the green transition in urban space. So what do we mean by that? It's as we know, municipalities or group of municipality, they have sometimes very limited resources or limited resources, and they have a lot of different priorities. And those priorities can be from various different sectors. They can be, as we can see, housing, they can be managing the water inside of the city, they can be the economic issues, there can be many. The mobility also most of the time is one. So the idea here is really to offer the possibility to have projects that will address exactly that, address the interconnection and the cross-sectoral. So because we think that it's a really an issue, and we have to address that maybe to have much better and be able to address different priority in one project. So you will see in the call, there are some really specific criteria as well, in terms of how many area of field you have to address. So obviously what we look for is not only to get out of the silos. So we want to have projects that would address, for example, climate, but also nature, or climate and energy transition. Not only one, but at least 2. The challenges should be common to at least 2 of those fields. And we would also want to address several thematic around it. So this is described in the call, and this will be important to respect for your project to be indeed well evaluated and eligible. So here again, we have also defined a requirement. So the requirement here is rather specific because it's on the coordinator. So we wish that those projects are led by local authorities or a grouping of those. As I was mentioning, here we have a duration which is rather, let's say, adaptable to the project setting, between 3 to, could be a long project, 60 months is a long project. And we have a maximum budget for all the projects, so as we said, between 3 to 4 of 8 million. So I will stop there. I think that's my last slide. And so next slide, maybe. No, that was the last slide, sorry. That's last. So yeah, you can put the next one. Thanks. The next slide, yeah, I won't spend time on that. That's only, let's say, preparing you, and you have been there with us for so many hours now, so you know all of that. So it's just a reminder. So now we can go to the question and answer, and I'm really pleased to welcome with me a number of colleagues. and also my colleague in the back office for the Slido that are very helpful, and we will see now the Slido. So here it is. Alors, I will make this a bit bigger to be able to see the question. I need to go to the Slido to see the question. Alors, what are the requirements to apply for PLP? The beneficiary should be a member state authority or other political actor. I think we have replied. I tried to reply to that question. So just one thing, because this question is interesting, because indeed the specificity of the PLP is still a live call. So you do have a number of conditions which are applicable to all the calls. Here, what we have in addition, we have some specific requirements depending on the challenge that we wish to address. And if any of my colleagues wants to complement what I've just said, please just take the floor and complement. If not, we can go to the next question. So we can go to the next question. So what are typical activity you can include in a PLP in comparison to a SAP? I will answer to that. Or now, Joël, please answer this question. I'm not the only one speaking.
Well, I would say that it's difficult to differentiate the type of activities that you would find in a PLP in comparison to a SAP. So you really need to read carefully what the call documents require of you, the type of outputs and impacts that are expected in order to define the type of activities that would allow you to achieve these outputs and these impacts. But the differentiation on activity level is very difficult for us to say, because it very much depends on what the PLP is asking you to deliver on. So I wouldn't say that there is a straightforward distinguishment to be made between the two. But maybe one of my colleagues want to add to this comment.
Maybe just that in general, no, it would resemble mostly the government and information, maybe governance and information type of standard action project, but that would be the most similar, no, with less building of staff, for example, as compared to other projects. Yeah.
Depending, yeah, indeed. Depending on the project, it can be very what we call soft activity, like capacity building, training. But other could be a bit more, could be a bit different. Could be more also almost technological, like working, for example, on the modeling for the water. I mean, that's not that soft actually. It's very specific on the topic. I think we can take the following question. I can start reading it. Regarding topic 2, priority 4 for ESPR, so that will be for César. Does the Commission have a preference between individual civil society organization and membership-based organization when forming a consortium? So César, it's for you. You are muted, César.
Yeah, sure. No, I was just reading. Yeah, so I mean, the important thing is that there is a maximum representativity, so of the organizations, so that they represent properly the civil society, the relevant consumer organizations and groups in the forum, in the ESPR forum. So the more representative you are, the better.
Yeah, indeed. There is a relatively strong requirement on the coverage of 2/3 of the EU member states. So indeed, that's a key point here. Although this can be, I mean, this as a consortium, so it can be different organizations from different that would meet at the end of this coverage. Thanks, César. So I have a following question. do the project funded under PLP call need to follow the same monitoring, KPI periodic monitoring and reporting as per life STAP project? Thanks. So I will ask Joël to answer the question.
Yeah, the question just disappeared when I was reading through it again, but I guess it was about the use of the life project indicators database.
Yes.
So there is no strict the application forms and the reporting of the PLP projects are not mandated or asked. The reporting of the KPI is not mandatory to them. However, you will note that despite the fact that it's not mandatory, you still have to indicate in your application form concrete impact indicators that will be both quantitative and qualitative. So it's not because that you're not asked to report on those specific life project indicators that your application should be deprived of indicators. And in doing that, depending upon which topic or which priority you're responding to, you might want to get inspired by what is the content of the life project indicators. That very much depends on which exact priority you're applying for. But there is no such requirement for the PLPs.
Thank you. I would just maybe say it out loud if we can have the question a bit longer on the screen, that would be nice, because indeed the colleagues, voilà, thanks. Do the project funded under, no, this one we just answered. The next one, which are the minimum maximum duration for a PLP proposal, urban? So as we mentioned here, I can give the floor after to Joël, but we mentioned that indicative durations. So Joël, if you want just to complete on the urban side, but for all of them is like that, indicative. Obviously, if you find that the indication is unrealistic in your case, because we are still valuing your expertise, because this is what we're looking for, please indicate other type of duration.
Yes, so indeed, I mean, as Nadia says, all the durations are indicative, and that's not specific to the urban call. However, for the urban call, what I would like to emphasize is the fact that we're looking for impact. So we don't have life project indicators, we don't have the LPIs, but we're really asking you to demonstrate in your application what your impact will be. And we feel that the duration that we've indicated is a duration that would really allow project to actually achieve impact. So this indicative duration is not taken out of the blue. We wouldn't expect projects to be of a much lesser duration than 36 months, actually. And then whatever goes beyond that is obviously up to the at the discretion of the applicants. But impact is really something that we're looking for this urban call. And duration clearly will be closely related to the impact that you feel that you can deliver on.
Thank you. So next question. Does the success rate of PLP differs from the SAP? Does PLP receive more or less application? That's a very good question. And actually the PLP, because they are so, let's say, restricted in terms of scope and also rather prescriptive on the expected output and outcome of what the project would deliver. And because there is those eligibility criterion as well, actually, we usually receive less application. It doesn't mean that there is no competition. We sometimes have a surprise to get a lot of very good proposals for one specific priority. And it's always welcome to have all these good ideas. But usually, yes, indeed, it's less application. So the success rate is also something a bit difficult to judge in terms of the PLP. As you can see, there is a lot of different priority that we address. So each of them would have to have its own success rate, if I may say. Okay. So next one. Okay, here it's Donald that asking the question on the priority 5 on the result-based payment. Regarding the consortium, what is the geographic coverage requirement is it necessary to involve all member states or at least a significant number? Alors, here I don't think my colleague is available to answer. I will quickly look to the call document because this is where you will find the information. As you understand, I am not the colleague in charge. Alors, in the consortium requirement, there is not like for the others, minimum coverage. So that's clear. Alors, in the document, in the rest, I mean, if I'm not saying wrong, there is no specific requirement. And here,
No.
on that specific aspect, on number of member states and things like that. So here I would say that's really, let's say, the justification and the proposal, how the proposal is built and how indeed your impact and the coverage of your activity will make the difference if you have a competition, for instance, between two proposals. So you have to be sufficiently ambitious in what you would propose.
Maybe
and,
just to comment, Nadia. I mean, from what I read, I think that logically it must be at least 2 member states. I mean, because it says consortium including 2 entities from EU member states that have involved in setting up and managing RBPS and national regional level across different member states. So yeah, I think at least 2 member states.
Yeah, but that's really the minimum.
Yeah, it's a minimum. Yeah.
Okay, next slide. Alors. If I read the question, PLP call 25 under LifeNat, ENV, Climat and CET, or only Nat, ENV and CET? Actually, I'm not sure I fully understand the question. But for example, for the urban, as I was mentioning, and maybe Joël, you can develop there. What we mentioned is that we would like to have at least 2 out of the 3 field. So the 3 field being environment, covering both circular economy and nature, climat and clean energy transition. So Joël, you want to complete?
Yeah, I guess the question relates to the fact that there is no specific priority on clima, and that's indeed correct. However, under the urban call, both climate mitigation and climate adaptation are part of the priorities that can be targeted. And as Nadia was rightly pointing out, we have 3 main fields of intervention, which are environment, energy, and climate, 2 of which need to be covered by any proposal. And then each of those 3 are broken down into what we call main fields of intervention. And the proposal needs to cover at least 3 out of these 6. So of course, we could still have proposals that will cover environment and energy, but it is open to proposals that will cover climate and some other field of intervention. So I would say that climate still, the use of the word climate in the title is still justified.
Can I add something on that, Nadia, please? About priority number 7, we have the climate proof alert system for water pollution, for transboundary water pollution. So I would say that also this is a mean of climate adaptation. We have it also in there.
Thank you, Federico. Yeah, climate is never far from our life project. So now, regarding topic 2, priority 4, again for you, César. To what extent does the Commission expect stakeholders to have detailed knowledge or credential concerning all the products listed in the eco-design work package?
Work plan, work plan, I suppose.
Work plan.
Yeah, I mean, so there, yeah, this is something that now at this point is not very well defined. So again, in the call document, indeed, there's a mention that you should, the applicants should show a certain level of expertise. at least in a relatively broad range of products. However, I'm sure that I mean, and there, yeah, indeed, the first work plan is a good reference, and now when the evaluation stage will arrive, then we will, well, the DG Environment colleagues that are responsible for the ESPR, they will filter out a little bit also or rank depending also on the relevant knowledge that you may have. But now at this stage, we cannot provide further information. Maybe it's a good idea to submit your question to our functional mailbox, because I think it's a relevant one. Yeah. And then we can add it to an FAQ. So I think that if you can remind me of the mailbox is CINEA / live.
Yeah, CINEA live inquiries ec.europa.eu. So you will have it in anyway in all the all the slides. But indeed, that's a very valid point. If your question is very, very specific, please ask it with the functional mailbox, and we can then reply and publish it in the frequently asked question for all the other potential applicants.
But maybe the brief, now rereading the question, I mean, the brief answer is no, is not completely, I mean, it's not a requirement to have credentials in all the products, but the broader knowledge that you show, the better. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question now on topic 2, number 6. Should the project concern all EU countries, or could one choose only 1 or 2 as a pilot? Funds are rather limited. So the number 6 are the CB, the circular business model, and I'm giving the floor to Milena.
Hello, yes, thank you, Nadia. Yes, indeed, the funds are limited to 0.6 million euros. And so this is a good question. Definitely, let's say from the perspective of participants within the consortia, there are no set requirements, but it is recommended to have geographical balance and sectorial balance. But from the perspective of the focus, yes, most likely with these resources, it is better to focus on 1 or 2 member states to really achieve specific impacts. That would be yes, probably my advice. It is not set in the call document, of course, but it would be intuitively more logical for this type of call.
Thank you, Milena. Now we are reaching the end of our time. I will take a last question. Then we will stop, and I will hand over to Eva. As I said, there are other questions, and do not hesitate to send them to the inquiry. The last question that I will answer: what is the main difference between the PLP powerhouse and the SAP en powerhouse? As I said, the PLP is really focused on specifically supporting 4 municipalities. So it's a very specific outcome that we are waiting from this project, although ambitious, but really narrow to that, and making sure that those municipalities have their plan to use non-used building to afford to make available housing. So that's the thing. And the SAP environmental Bauhaus are a larger set of priorities, and under that larger set of priority, we welcome your ideas in responding to those priorities. So one is really top-down, and the other one is more bottom-up approach. So that's the main differences. Okay, now I want to thank all of you again, my colleague, and also the participants for your attention, for the good questions. Do not hesitate to contact us if you still have doubts and you are interested in one of our calls, because it's really important to get a good project for those important challenges in legislation. And I'm handing over to Eva.
Yes, thank you very much to the whole PLP team. Thank you, dear colleagues. I think that you did a great job in presenting this PLP call with all the different topics. And I would like to steal the floor quickly just to ask our participants, please take a few moments to give us feedback about this information session by staying in Slido. Slido.com, and then type EU Life 25, and you should see the ongoing poll. And I hope that you were satisfied with this information session. I think that Nadia did a great job in presenting the call, and all our colleagues in answering the questions you posted. So I hope you agree with me, but let us know what is your satisfaction about this information session. And then I would also take advantage of my presence here to quickly introduce the next information session, which is the information session on the call for proposals for projects and technical assistance replication. And that's why I would like to invite my colleague, Anna Klenovsek, to join us. Hi, Anna. I see you're there.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, very well. Thank you, Anna. I would say goodbye to our colleagues of the PLP team. And I think, Anna, you have a presentation for us. This is our last session. So thank you for bearing with us. And then please keep your questions for the end of the presentation. We will still have a 10 minutes question and answer at the end. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction, Eva. Yes, indeed. I have the pleasure to hold the last session of these info days. I will talk briefly, I will guide you through the Technical Assistance for Replication call, TAR call, which is one of our relatively new calls. So this is the third year we're publishing it. And you can go to the next slide, please. And I will first quickly describe the purpose of this call, explain it. Then, since we already have some experience now, I can give you some feedback on our previous calls and try to explain a bit what went well and what went a bit less well. And then at the end, I will provide you with some general information that you can basically find in the call document that you should carefully read before applying for this call. Next slide. So yeah, this is taken from the call document, and it sort of explains what we want to see in TAR proposals. So TAR projects should provide technical assistance to prepare for and or facilitate the upscaling and replication of results. So of results from other projects, preceding projects funded either by the LIFE program or by other preceding programs that were funded through EU funding programs. So to sort of put this in a more understandable language, next slide. What we would like to see the applicants to do, first of all, we would like them to address the obstacle, the barrier that is preventing them to replicate and to upscale the results of their projects. Then they should carefully describe what they will do in their actions, in their working plans, what they will do to overcome these obstacles, and this should result in a well-written TRR proposal. Next slide. So this is the success rate of our last year's call for proposals. I don't know if you see well, but we received 7, which, yeah, it's not maybe the best, but okay. However, only 1 is proposed for financing. This, is not something that we are happy to see. And I would like to explain a bit more into details why the success rate was so low. Next slide.
So here I try to group these weaknesses into 4 main categories. First of one being that they provided insufficient intervention logic. So they identified, analyzed the problem. However, the activities that they proposed were not very consistent, or they did not sufficiently demonstrate the need for a TAR project. Then the next category could be that the impact was rather unclear, or it was not inadequately described, insufficiently detailed, or not quantified. Sometimes it was quantified, but we didn't find it ambitious enough. Then the next thing was the replication strategy was rather limited. So we saw it more as a continuation than as an expansion of what was done before, and the new activities were rather limited. And the fourth one, which I guess appears under all calls for proposals, the poor quality of the proposal. So they were not well clearly written. The consortium, we did not find it as competent enough. Stakeholders were not identified. Work plan not clear. Sorry. Next slide. But as I said, we had one proposal that we found as good enough. And I would just sort of like to quickly explain what they did and why we thought that was sufficient. So they clearly identified an obstacle to replication, because in the previous, it was also a live project. They wanted to develop a device to the last sort of phase, TRL, so technical readiness level 9. However, they did not manage. They only got to the level 5 or 6, which is still at the demonstration and development level. So they would use this TAR project to further develop it, to improve hardware, software, data integration, and so on, and to make it fully operational. At the same time, they will develop trainings and guides, so for future users, and they will also prepare an exploitation plan, a business plan, to help them penetrate the market with this device once developed. So as you can see here, they are addressing sort of the steps that will then finally, after the project end, result hopefully in wide-scale replication. And yeah, they presented this in a good quality proposal. So with a strong international consortium, the coordinator of the previous project is also part of this consortium. They defined the impacts well. They had a clear work plan. They identified and already contacted and got support from important stakeholders. Next slide. But yeah, as this is just one example, I try to put on this slide and various examples what you could address. For instance, you know, if you find that what is preventing you from replicating your results are fake news, then maybe an awareness raising campaign would do the trick. Or in case the outdated regulations and norms are preventing you from, let's say, putting certain product on the market, then maybe you should work on revising and updating this legislation. If the lack of finance is preventing you from doing so, then you could work on securing this access to finance. Next slide. So if you listen to me carefully so far, you see that the focus of this call, of this project, should be rather on facilitation, support, assistance. So you should, during this your TRR project, you should work on the steps that will then result, most probably after the end of your project, in a wide-scale replication or upscale. Next slide. Yeah, and here I would just like to address, the main points from the call document. So you can apply. Only proposals from nature, biodiversity, circular economy, and quality of life are eligible under this call. So there are no energy nor climate projects proposals eligible, like in the previous years. Next slide. And the available budget we have is still 6.5 million. So based on this, based on the fact that we have a 60% co-financing rate and maximum of 1 million euros co-financing, we could finance 6 to 12 projects. The award criteria, we have no bonus points, but for the rest, we have relevance, impact, quality, and resources with impact weighting 1.5. Next slide. Yeah, so this is basically my last slide. We opened the call together with other calls in April, and we plan to, it will be closed in September, end of September. And then we plan to notify the applicants already early in the next year, ideally in January, and sign the grants later in spring in April. So this was my rather short and I hope concise presentation. And now I believe we have some time for some questions if we have any.
Yes, thanks, Anna. Thank you very much. The presentation was short, but very clear, I think. However, if there are questions, we're going to take them in a moment. Please post your questions in Slido and look at your previous questions in case you want them answered. Please like the questions so that they will be answered in priority. Let's see the questions. Here they are. So first of all, sorry, I would like to invite our colleague Anne Burrill to join us because I think she volunteered to help us answer the questions. Anne, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Hello, Anne. Thanks for joining. So Anna's presentation was actually a bit shorter, so we have more time for questions, which is, I suppose, good news. Now I'm trying to see the questions. They're not displayed anymore, but I think they're coming. Okay, the first question is, can an organization apply for a TA grant without having won or participated in a life grant before? Who can reply? Anne?
I mean, I can.
Oh, Anna, sorry.
As mentioned in my presentation, yes, basically you have to base your TAR application on a preceding project that was either funded through LIFE or through other EU funds. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a LIFE project that you're going to build your TAR project on.
But maybe it's important to add that if it's a project from another funds, it still has to aim towards meeting the objectives of LIFE. It can't be a project in a completely different field.
Thank you. Paul? The second question, can we see them? There is there a limit to apply to TA since the end date of the previous project? Who takes this one?
I mean, I would say no, but it sort of has to make sense. I mean, if this was a project that's been closed since a long time, I mean, they would have to justify the need for this proposal. But I mean, if there is a need and if they can still sort of expand the potential of their project, I would say yes.
Okay, Anne, do you want to compliment or?
No, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Needs to make sense, I agree.
Okay, next question. The final result of technical assistance project is to have a technology device on the market. So is the final
No, the objective of the project is to find a way to overcome a barrier, and depending a barrier to replication, and depending what that barrier is, you need to have a strategy for how you're going to overcome the barrier and then work to overcome the barrier. depending on the project, that might involve some technical development. It might not involve any technical development at all if the barrier is, for instance, legal or financial. Maybe this is the moment just to emphasize that this is technical assistance. It is supposed to be supporting the beneficiary in moving towards the replication. It's not actually doing replication.
Yes, I think it's worth mentioning this to clarify. Next question. In the 2024 TAR call, page 11 had the phrase, in case you have a co-financer contribution. Now there is no reference. Does this mean that there can be no co-financer?
There can be a co-financer. This was a change across all of our calls that were no longer requiring co-financing declarations. But it is the responsibility of the applicant, who would become the beneficiary, to ensure that they somehow have all of the finance necessary for the project. But we no longer ask them to provide a declaration from any co-financers.
Okay, thank you. So there is still co-financing, but they don't need to provide a co-financing declaration anymore. Next question, will there be a call focused on climate change adaptation or climate change mitigation next year? Right, because Anna was saying now that the current call doesn't cover this. So Anna, do you want to reply? Or?
I don't believe it's foreseen, so for the moment. So I would rather say no, but it's not 100% no. But I don't think it's foreseen.
Mm-hmm. You need a crystal ball.
Yes, sometimes.
Thank you. Next question. Can the technical assistance for replication call be used for other active life projects approved?
So if this refers to the ongoing projects, this year we put in the code document a sentence saying that the project that it builds on, so a preceding project, should already finalize and submit their final report before the start of a TAR project. So this year we specified it. So it has to be finalized and the final report submitted already.
All right, thank you. And the next question, under technical assistance, the replication of a project in another location is not eligible. Only projects that aim at widespread replication and overcome barriers to replication are eligible. Can you give an example for widespread replication? Anna?
I mean, yeah, I don't know, Anne, if you want to take it, but this is exactly what I was like emphasizing, that the replications should sort of be the result of an implemented TAR project, right? So it should normally happen, this widespread replication, only after the end of the TAR project, right? So you should use this TAR project to remove the barriers, to work on whatever is preventing you from this replication already happening, right? So you would not replicate something already within this TAR. This would be the sort of the, let's say, consequence of it. I don't know, Anne, if you want to add something.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, if the barrier is there's a need for some kind of certification or permitting on a broad scale in order to roll out whatever the results were from the previous project. At the moment, we'd say it's not possible to do the replication because these results need specific types of legislation developed or specific types of approval processes. Well, what the TAR would do would be develop the legal or administrative context so that those approvals can be given. And then after that, once that barrier is removed, then, as Anna says, after the TAR project, the replication should roll out.
Thanks a lot to both for the complementary answer. Then we have a question that says, should our current LIFE project be finished when applying for a TAR project? I think it's a kind of repetition of a question we had before.
Yes.
Is it okay that we are in the final months when applying? So it will be finished when a possible TAR project starts.
Yes, as I said, so it has to be finished and the final report has to be submitted before the start of the TAR project. So if they're already in the final phase, yes, they can submit. It makes sense to submit, yeah.
I was wondering if it was the same question. Now, are the same reporting obligations in force as in standard action projects like KPI monitoring, pre-financing report, and final report?
Yes, projects have to submit the KPIs, but it's like a simplified version of the KPIs, so less complicated. And regarding reporting, these projects are normally shorter. So 12, they can have 12 to 60 months, so 1 to 5 years. And we only request midterm report, sort of halfway, and then the final report at the end of the project.
Yes, thank you, Anna. And Anne is rightly pointing out that we shouldn't say anymore KPI, key performance indicator, but LPI, life performance indicator, right?
Life project
project indicators. Sorry, Anne.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to get used to this new terminology.
All of us.
But yeah, I think we're coming to the end of our questions and answers. There are still a couple. First, can standard action projects apply for TAR or only SIP-SNAP projects?
No, I mean, it's more, in fact, it probably more often would be a follow-on from a standard action project. I mean, that to me would be a more logical sort of project which has had results, something good happening, but for some reason the replication is challenged. The replication isn't going to be as smooth as perhaps was hoped when the project started. So you've got some great result. You see that it's going to be hard to replicate, and they say, what I need is a bit of technical assistance to get over this barrier. I think it would be a lot harder to see actually how to use TA on a strategic project. I think it normally would be a standard action project. So, I mean, if we're coming to the end, maybe I can just recall, we're not talking about actually doing the replication, and we're certainly not talking about just a one-on-one replication. We're talking about technical assistance to prepare the broad replication in the future.
Okay, thank you. And can I submit a TAR proposal in addition with and complementary to submitting another LIFE project?
If I understand this correctly, so they would like to have the two running in parallel. I mean, it would not really make a lot of sense, right? Because I mean, it has to be based, the TAR, on the already preceding project. So you already need to have some results to replicate, and you already need to encounter like some barriers or issues that you would like to overcome. So, I mean, listening carefully to the presentation, I think the one asking this question already knows by now that, yeah, it would not make a lot of sense. So no, you need to have the preceding project already finished and finalized before you apply or at least start your TAR project.
But of course, one entity can apply both for TAR and a standard action project if they're unrelated. I mean, there's nothing to say you can't put in more than one LIFE application at a time, but they wouldn't be linked.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not forbidden, but yes, think carefully. Maybe a last question. After completing the TAR and removing the barrier, can the replication be funded under another LIFE project, for example, climate adaptation subprogram?
It depends whether it fits that call or not. It's very hard to give that as a general answer, but I think very often the broader replication might not be a project itself. It might be, for instance, rollout in the marketplace. It might be uptake of the solution by all the national parks across Europe. So it's probably not so likely a project, but if it fits under a call, well, yeah, why not?
Okay, with this positive answer, I think we can close our session. So thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation, and thank you, Anne, for coming and helping with the question and answers. I think you did both brilliantly. And well, I think this is also the last session of our European Information Days of the LIFE program 2025 calls. So I just wanted to say thank you to the participants for your attention and for also taking part very actively in the Slido polls and in the Q&A. Oh, actually, talking about Slido polls, you will say I'm obsessed by Slido polls, but please let us know if you're satisfied with this last information session on Slido. There should be a poll there where you can just let us know what is your degree of satisfaction about this last info session. Thank you in advance. And I just have to close by thanking all our colleagues, and especially special thanks to our colleagues in the Slido back office who were filtering and feeding all the questions to us. Thank you so much, and all the best to our future applicants for their applications. Thank you again, and goodbye.